morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast by DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
Aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Miss Jennifer Frialde, your teacher broadcaster for English Grade 8. So, how are you today? I bet today is a great day to learn new things and explore new horizons. So let's go learn and have fun together. Join me as we explore and continue our lesson last Tuesday about comparing and contrasting your own opinion against familiar texts. Make sure you are in your most comfortable spot so you can actively listen to our lesson today. Before anything else, I want you to get your Quarter 2 Module 4, your pen and notebook, and listen to my instructions. Are you ready? Here we go. Let's have a short recap of our previous lesson. Last meeting, we defined what opinions and familiar texts are. Do you still remember? That's right. We said that an opinion is a thought or belief, a view or judgment formed about something, not necessarily based on fact. For example, who among you are familiar with the K-pop group BTS? Yay! I can just imagine most of you raising your hands, saying yes, nodding your heads. Maybe some of you even screamed. Am I right? BTS just earned their first Grammy Award nomination for their song Dynamite. So, if I were to ask you, who agrees with me when I say BTS deserves that nomination? Raise your hand. Who disagree? You may also raise your hand. That's right. When I say I think BTS deserves that Grammy nomination, that is my opinion. Now, let's recall what familiar texts are. Does anyone know? Awesome! Familiar texts are previously taught books or passages used as practice text when students are learning a new skill. For example, are you familiar with this line? He who does not love his own language is worse than an animal and smelly fish. Do you know who said that? That's right. It's a quote from none other than our national hero himself, Dr. Jose Rizal. That is then an example of a familiar text. Are you getting warmed up yet? Nice. Let's continue our recap then. We also learned last meeting how to compare and contrast our own opinion with a familiar text. We said that in comparing our own opinion, there is a representation of similarities to those presented in the familiar text, which means that the idea presented in your opinion and the familiar text is the same. Let's give an example. Jose Rizal once said, "The youth is the hope of our future." That is an example of a familiar text. Am I right? So, if I want to compare my opinion with that familiar text, the idea is supposed to be the same. So if I say, the intelligence and work of the youth will take the country on the pathway of success, does it have the same idea with the quote of Rizal? You're right. They do have similar idea. That means I have just compared my own opinion to the familiar texts. Now let's recall how to contrast our opinion with the familiar texts. It was discussed last broadcast that in contrasting own opinion, there is a representation of difference to those presented in the familiar texts, which means that the idea presented in your opinion and the familiar text is not the same, or they are different. For example, ever heard of the saying, "Respect yourself and others will respect you"? Very good. It's a quote by Confucius. So, to contrast my opinion with this familiar text, the idea is supposed to be different from the quote. So when I say, self-respect is not a basis for other people to respect you, does it have an opposite idea from the quote? Correct. They are not the same. Therefore, I have just contrasted my opinion with the familiar texts. Do you now recall? Wonderful. Seems like you truly have mastered differentiating similar and contrasting opinions between a familiar text and own opinion. I am glad that you still recall our lesson last Tuesday. So today, we shall apply what we learned last meeting by comparing and contrasting our own opinions with some familiar texts I will read to you. Prepare your mind and ears. Are you ready? You have been reviewed about comparing and contrasting own opinion with those presented in familiar texts. Now, I want you to open your modules to page 7 and go over the questions carefully. Then, familiarize yourselves with the graphic organizers below the questions. Later on, you will answer those questions in your notebook. I will be reading excerpts from familiar texts, and all you have to do is answer the questions that follow. Listen carefully, because I will only read the text twice. Let me ask you first, what is your idea about life and death? You probably do not think about it much because you're still young. It's the farthest from your minds right now. But I think now is a good time to reflect on this question, especially so that the text I will read to you is related to life and death. Do you still remember the folklore you studied when you were in grade 7? The Maranao version of The Origin of the World? Great, I know you do. Let's listen then to an excerpt from that story. Here it goes. It is in heaven where we find the tree of life. On each leaf of the tree of life is written the name of every person living on earth. As soon as a leaf ripens or dries and falls, the person whose name it carries also dies. Allow me to repeat. It is in heaven where we find the tree of life. On each leaf of the tree of life is written the name of every person living on earth. As soon as a leaf ripens or dries and falls, the person whose name it carries also dies. Did you understand? Good. So now, using the graphic aid shown in your module on page 8, compare your own opinion to the one presented in the said statement. Use the following questions as guide. Do you agree with the familiar text's view about life and death? What then is the main opinion about life and death presented in the familiar texts? I'll give you a few seconds to write your answer inside the left side of the face. Inside the left side of the face of your graphic organizer, write the main opinion about life and death that is presented in the familiar text. A few seconds to do that. Righty, let's see what you have answered. That's right. The main idea of the text is that life on earth is temporary, that we will all die eventually. Now that you know the main idea of the text, you can now compare your opinion with that of the text. This time, write your own opinion about life and death that is similar to the text inside the right side of the face. So inside the right side of the face in your graphic organizer, write your own opinion about life and death that is similar to the text. A few seconds to do that. All done? Very good. We're good to go to the second text. Did that talk about life and death put you in a somber mood? Let's lift your mood by talking about love. You like that? Do you like that? So who's in love? The love we're talking about may not necessarily be romantic love. It could refer to love for your parents, or your brothers, your sisters, or even your friends. So, the question is, how much are you willing to sacrifice in the name of love? Do I hear some of you say they sacrifice their allowance? Yes? Or do you even have allowance now that you are just at home? Who would give up his time for playing Mobile Legend or her time in watching K-dramas or anime and spend it with his loved one? That's so sweet of you, guys. Let's be dramatic. Who among you would give up his or her life for his loved one? Although I hope it won't reach that point. That's very noble of you. So why am I asking about this? Because our second text today has something to do with love. The text is an excerpt from the legend of Maria Makiling. Here it goes, so listen carefully. But even though Maria and Gatdula could no longer meet physically, their love endured. Maria continued to watch over Gatdula. Unfortunately, Gatdula's inability to see Maria caused him to fall ill and die. Let me repeat. But even though Maria and Gatdula could no longer meet physically, their love endured. Maria continued to watch over Gatdula. Unfortunately, Gatdula's inability to see Maria caused him to fall ill and die. Do you recall the text? I'm so proud of you that you still remember the tale. So do you agree with the character's view about love? That's right, it's pretty heartbreaking. That's why the graphic organizer used in your module is a broken heart. Now, I want you to look at that broken heart on page 10 and use that to contrast your own opinion to the one presented in the story, The Legend of Maria Makiling. Use the questions I will ask as a guide. First, look at the left broken heart. What does the text say about love? I'll give you a few seconds to write it down inside the left broken heart. So inside the left broken heart of your graphic organizer, write what the text say about love. So a few seconds to do that. Are you finished? Let's check our answer. That's correct. The text is saying that if it's true love, it should be able to bear separation or distance or even death. So the next question is, do you agree or disagree with this idea? I want you to write inside the right broken heart your own opinion, why you disagree with the opinion presented in the text. So this time, In the right broken heart of your graphic organizer, write your own opinion why you disagree with the opinion presented in the text. A few seconds to answer. Were you able to complete the graphic organizer? Very good. You have compared your opinion in the first text. You have also contrasted your opinion in the second text. This time, in the third text, you will apply both comparing and contrasting your opinion with a familiar text. But first, I want you to go over the questions on page 11 of your module and look at the Venn diagram below the questions. Have you done that? Great. Let's now listen to the last text, which is an excerpt from the story The Good Prince Bantugan. Here it goes. An old king ruled over the kingdom of Bumbaran. His kingdom was prosperous, his people were good, and he should have been very happy. But the king was not contented. His heart was full of envy toward his younger brother, Prince Bantugan. Every time someone praised Prince Bantugan, the king frowned and looked angry. One more time. An old king ruled over the kingdom of Bumbaran. His kingdom was prosperous, his people were good, and he should have been very happy. But the king was not contented. His heart was full of envy toward his younger brother, Prince Bantugan. Every time someone praised Prince Bantugan, the king frowned and looked angry. Do you remember this story? Fantastic! So now, using a Venn diagram, I want you to both compare and contrast your opinion to the one presented in the statement. Don't worry, since I will be asking questions which you will use as guide. First question. What does the text say about the old king? That's right. The old king, according to the text, is not contented. He is envious of his brother despite ruling over a prosperous kingdom and having good people under him. Therefore, what is the main idea of the text? Look at the Venn diagram and write your answer inside the left square. Inside the left square of the Venn diagram, write the main idea of the text. A few seconds to do that. Let's see if you are right. Correct. It implies that one should be contented with what he has. So the next question is, what opinion do you have in common? Look at the Venn diagram and write your answers inside the circle. Inside the circle, write your opinion that is in common with the text. A few seconds. Are you done? Good. Lastly, what opinion do you differ? This time, write your opinion in the right square of the diagram. Do that in a few seconds. Did you enjoy comparing your opinions with some familiar texts? I'm glad to know that. That's it for this activity. Please turn in your answers in your respective Google Classroom or group chat or to your English teacher. I hope you have learned a lot from this episode. I am Ma'am Jen, your anchor teacher for today, leaving you with this quote from Terry Tempest Williams. Differences of opinion are opportunities for learning. Thank you for listening. Until next time.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino. Magandang araw! Naririto na naman po tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral? Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, si Ginang Jennifer Hanoya, upang samahan kayo at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ating aralin ukol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral, ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyo dahil sa inyong patuloy na pagpupunyagi at patuloy na pag-aaral sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Bago natin simulan ang ating aralin, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating nakaraang baksa noong Martes. Naaalala nyo pa ba ang ating baksa? Ano ang unang pagbabagong naganap sa Europa na ating tinalakay? Kung ang sagot mo ay ang paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko, magaling! Tama ang iyong sagot. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, tandaan ninyo na ang simbahang Katoliko ay isa sa mga pinakamaimpluwensyang institusyon sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Ipagpapatuloy natin ngayon ang ating aralin ukol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Pagtutuunan pa rin ng ating aralin ang Europa, mga pangyayari sa kasaysayan na nagbigay daan sa pag-usbong ng Europa sa panahong medieval. Inaasahan natin na sa pagtatapos ng ating aralin ay kaya nyo ng isa-isahin at suriin ang mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Handa na ba kayo mga giliw kong mag-aaral? Bago tayo magsimula ay ipapaalala ko muna ang ating kasunduan. Una, siguraduhin kayo ay nasa komportabling lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. Pangalawa, ihanda ang CP ng inyong Module 5, ang inyong sagutang papel at ang inyong ballpen na gagamitin natin sa pag-aaral. At ang panghuli, ituon ang sarili sa ating paksa at iwasan muna ang paggawa ng ibang gawain. Maaasahan ko ba iyon mga giliw kong mag-aaral? Ayos kung ganon! Bukod sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko, isa sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon ay ang pag-iral ng sistemang feudalismo. Pamilyar ba kayo sa sistemang feudalismo? Ano ang inyong idea tungkol dito? Ang feudalismo ay isang sistemang pamamalakad ng lupain na kung saan ang lupang pag-aari ng Panginoong may lupa ay ibabahagi sa vassal at bibigyan ng proteksyon bilang kapalit, manunungkulan ang vassal ng tapat at pagsisilbihan ang kanyang hari. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, suriin ninyo ang graphic organizer sa pahina 8 ng inyong Module 5. Nakita nyo na ba? Makikita dito ang pinakamataas sa lipunang feudalismo ay ang king o ang hari. Siya ang nagmamay-ari ng lupa at nagbibigay siya ng lupa sa mga sumusuporta sa kanya. Ang mga knights naman ay itinuturing na vassals at nagbibigay din ng proteksyon sa hari at sa mga nasasakupan nito. Samantalang ang mga peasants ay ang pinakamababang uri sa lipunan. Sila ay mga magsasaka at nagtatrabaho sa bukid. Sila rin ay may pinakamaraming bilang sa lipunan sa Europa noong gitnang panahon. Dahil sa hindi kayang ipagtanggol ng hari ang kanyang napakalawak na lupain, ay ibinabahagi niya ito sa mga dugong bughaw o nobles. Ang mga dugong bughaw ang nagiging vassal ng hari, samantalang ang hari ay tinatawag namang Panginoong may lupa. Ang ibang tawag sa mga lords ay liege o suzerain. Fifth naman ang tawag sa lupang ipinagkakaloob sa mga vassal. Ito ay isang napakalawak na lupain. Mayroon ding tinatawag na homage na kung saan inilalagay ng vassal ang kanyang kamay sa pagitan ng mga kamay ng lord at nangangako rito na siya ay magiging tapat na tauhan nito. Bilang pagkilala o pagtanggap dito, nagsasagawa ang Lord ng isang investiture o isang seremonya kung saan binibigyan ng Lord ang vassal ng fifth. Ang tawag sa panunumpang ito ay Oath of Fealty. Isang magandang alaala ng feudalismo ay ang sistemang kabalyero. Kinapapalooban ang kagandahang asal ng mga kabalyero ng katapangan, kahinahunan, pagiging marangal at pagiging magunoo, lalo na sa kanilang mga kaibigan. Kapansin-pansin mga giliw kong mag-aaral na sa panahong ito ng feudalismo ay napakahalaga ng pagpapakita ng katapatan. Tandaan nyo mga giliw kong mag-aaral na kahit sa kasalukuyang panahon, ang pagiging tapat sa ating pakikipagkapwa ay isang pagpapahalaga na dapat nating isabuhay. Ang lipunan sa panahon ng feudalismo sa Europa noong gitnang panahon ay nahahati sa tatlo. Una, ang mga pari. Pangalawa, ang mga maharlikang sundalo o kabalyero. At panghuli, ang mga serf o alipin. Paano naiiba ang gampanin ng bawat isa sa lipunang feudalismo? Iyan ang susunod nating pag-uusapan dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Nahahati sa tatlong pangkat ang lipunang Europeo sa panahong feudalismo. Ang mga pari, kabalyero o maharlikang sundalo at mga alipin o serf. Ang mga pari ay hindi itinuturing na natatanging sektor sa lipunan sapagkat ang kanilang posisyon ay hindi namamana sa kadahilanang hindi sila maaaring mag-asawa. Ang mga pari ay maaaring manggaling sa maharlika, manggagawa at alipin. kabalyero ang unang uri ng mga maharlika, tulad ng mga Panginoong may lupa na maaaring magpamana ng kanilang lupain. Sila ay matatapang at malalakas na kalalakihan na nagkusang loob na maglingkod sa hari. Sila ay pinagkalooban ng lupa bilang kapalit ng kanilang paglilingkod. Ang mga serf ang bumubuo ng karamihan ng lipunan sa panahong ito ng Europa. Sila ay nananatili lamang sa kanilang lupang sinasaka. Napilitan silang magtrabaho sa lupain ng kanilang Panginoon nang walang bayad. Lahat ng kanilang gawain ay dapat ipagbigay munang alam sa kanilang mga Panginoon. Tandaan ninyo, mga giliw kong mag-aaral, na ang pinakamahalagang pangangailangan ng mga tao sa panahong ito ng Europa ay seguridad at proteksyon. Kaya umiral ang sistemang feudal o sistemang feudalismo. Bukod sa paglakas ng impluwensya ng simbahang Katoliko at pag-iral ng sistemang feudalismo, isa sa mga mahahalagang kaganapan sa Europa sa panahong medieval ay ang pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral sa ika-8 baitang, tignan ninyo ang ika-9 na pahina ng inyong Module 5. Makikita dyan ang isang flowchart na nagpapakita ng mga pinuno at mahahalagang kaganapan na nagbigay daan sa pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire. Nakita nyo na ba ang pahina ika-9? Noong taong 481, pinag-isa ni Clovis I ang mga tribo ng mga Franks at sinugod ang mga Romano. Taong 496, si Clovis I at ang kanyang buong sandatahan ay naging Kristiyano. Taong 511, matapos mamatay ni Clovis I, ang kanyang kaharian ay hinati sa kanyang mga anak. Taong 687, ang tribong Franks ay pinamunuan ni Pepin II. Taong 717, humalili kay Pepin II ang kanyang anak na si Charles Martel. At noong taong 751, si Pepin the Short na anak ni Charles Martel ay hinirang na hari ng mga Franks. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, sundan pa natin ang ibang madulang pangyayari sa pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire noong gitnang panahon. Noong sumapit ang taong 768, humalili si Charlemagne o Charles the Great sa kanyang ama na si Pepin the Short. Si Charlemagne ang naging isa sa pinakamahusay na pinuno sa panahong ito ng Europa. Sa edad na 40, kinuha niya si Alcuin, pinakamahusay na scholar, upang magpaturo ng iba't ibang wika. Sinakop niya ang mga Lombard, Muslim, Bavarian at Saxon at ginawang mga Kristiyano. Pasko ng taong 800, si Charlemagne ay kinoronahan bilang emperador ng banal na imperyong Romano. Si Pope Leo III ang humirang sa kanya bilang Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Sa panahon ng imperyo ni Charlemagne, ang mga scholar ang naging tagapangalaga ng kulturang Greco-Romano. Ang pagsasama-sama ng elementong Kristiyano, German at Roman ang namayani sa kabihas ng medieval o gitnang panahon. Nakakatuwa naman ang ipinamalas na pagmamahal sa karunungan sa panahong ito ng Europa. Parang tulad ninyo na pinili pa ring mag-aaral sa kabila ng pandemyang nararanasan natin. Ipagpatuloy nyo rin yan, no? At ipagpatuloy din natin ang pagdarasal na sana ay matapos na ang pandemyang ito at bumalik na sa lahat ang normal. Noong taong 814, namatay si Charlemagne at humalili sa kanya si Louis the Religious. Hindi matagumpay ang pamumuno ni Louis the Religious dahil sa mga maharlikang laging naglalaban-laban. Nang mamatay si Louis the Religious, hinati-hati niya ang kanyang imperyo sa kanyang 3 anak sa pamamagitan ng kasunduan ng Verdun noong 841. Napunta ang France kay Charles the Bald, ang Germany kay Louis the German, at ang Italy kay Lothair. Sa pagkakawatak-watak ng imperyo, nawalan ng kapangyarihan ang mga hari sa mga maharlika. Nagsimula na rin ang paglusob sa Europa ng mga Vikings, Magyar at mga Muslim. Nang lumaon ay tuluyang lumakas ang kapangyarihan ng mga maharlika at tuluyan ding humina ang kapangyarihan ng mga hari. Ngayon ay tapos na nating talakayin ang 3 sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa panahong medieval. Sige nga, sabayan nyo akong isa-isahin ang mga natapos na nating 3 pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Handa na ba kayo? Mga pagbabago sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Una, ang paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko. Pangalawa, ang pag-iral ng sistemang feudalismo. At ang pangatlo ay ang pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire. Nasabayan niyo ba ako? Magaling, natutuwa ako at nasabayan ninyo ako dahil yan sa matyaga ninyong pagsusubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, ano ang napagtanto ninyo patungkol sa ating paksa? Meron ba kayong napag-isip-isipan? Sa ating paksa ay nalaman ninyo na ang mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa tulad ng pag-iral ng sistemang feudalismo at pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire ay may malaking impluwensya sa aspetong politikal sa panahong medieval. Anong bahagi naman ng ating paksa ang inyong nagustuhan? Naisip nyo bang kayo ay tulad din ng isang kabalyero sa makabagong panahon? Naku, sigurado ako na marami sa mga kabataang TarlakHenyo ay meron ding mga kagandahang asal tulad ng mga kabalyero. Halimbawa, yung pagiging maginoo, pagiging marangal, at pagiging mahinahon sa lahat ng oras. Ipagpatuloy nyo lang ang mga pagpapahalagang yon kung ito ay inyong taglay. Ngayong tapos na ang ating leksyon, oras na para tasahin o sukatin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Ihanda na ang inyong ballpen, ang inyong sagutang papel para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, ang inyong antas at pangkat, at ang petsa ngayong araw. Yan, tama yung ginagawa ninyo. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, sundan ninyo ang pahina 12 ng Module 5. Para sa kailangan ninyong sagutin, nandyan ang bahaging pagyamanin. Sa bahaging pagyamanin ang gawain 1 na may pamagat na ang aking kinabibilangan. Paano ito sasagutin? Naririto ang panuto. Punan ng tamang impormasyon ang talahan na yan. Isaayos ng tama ang lipunan sa panahon ng feudalismo at isulat sa kahon kung ano ang kanilang mga gampanin. Malinaw ba ang panuto, mga giliw kong mag-aaral? Makatutulong na basahin at unawaing mabuti ang nakasulat sa inyong module. Alam kong kayang-kaya ninyo iyang sagutin. Laging tandaan, walang mahirap sa taong nagsisikap. Maari ninyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone ang inyong gawain at isumiti ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8. Para naman sa mga mag-aaral na walang access sa internet, maaaring ipasa ng inyong mga magulang ang inyong ginawang activity sa inyong paaralan sa itinakdang araw ng pagsusoli o pagkuha ng module. So, ipinapaalala ko muli ang pagsunod natin sa health protocols gaya ng pagsusuot ng face mask, pagsusuot ng face shield, paghuhugas ng kamay at syempre ang physical distancing. Ginagawa rin natin yan kapag magsusoli tayo or kukuha ng module. At para sa susunod nating aralin tungkol sa krusada at manoryalismo, maaari ding basahin ang nilalaman ng inyong Module 5. Inaasahan kong kayo ay may natutunan sa ating paksang tinalakay sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong naging guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8. Ginang Jennifer Hanoya na nagsasabing, ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
ka na bang magpabakuna? Narito ang mga paalala at hakbang na gagawin sa proseso ng pagbabakuna. Bago ang pagbabakuna, kinakailangan mo nang dumaan sa pre-vaccination screening. Kinakailangan kumuha muna ng medical clearance sa doktor ang mga kabilang sa special population tulad ng mga sumusunod. May problema sa immune system, may cancer, may HIV, sumasailalim sa transplant operation, kasalukuyang umiinom ng steroids, mga senior citizens na may special conditions. Step 1. Waiting area. Siguraduhin kayo ay pumunta sa tamang oras at petsa ng inyong schedule sa pagbabakuna. Hindi papayagan ang mga walk-in sa vaccination sites. Maupo sa bakanting upuan alinsunod sa tamang pagkakasunod ng bilang. Hintayin na tawagin kayo para sa susunod na hakbang. Habang nag-aantay, sumunod sa minimum public health standards. Isuot ang face mask at face shield. Sundin ang proper physical distancing at ugaliing maghugas at isanitize ang kamay. Step 2. Registration. Sundin ang mga patakaran ng inyong LGU o vaccination site sa pag-register at ipakita ang inyong government ID. Bibigyan kayo ng kopya ng informed consent form, health screening form, at mga pamphlet tungkol sa bakuna na pwede ninyong basahin. Hintayin na matapos ang proseso ng registration bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 3. Screening. Kayo ay isa sa ilalim sa health screening at tatanungin tungkol sa inyong kalusugan tulad ng history of COVID-19 exposure, history of vaccination, mga gamot na iniinom, kung may allergies at iba pa. Ito ay para makasiguro kung angkop para sa inyo ang magpapakuna sa kasalukuyan. Step 4. Health education. Makinig sa ibabahaging importanteng impormasyon tungkol sa pagbabakuna para sa COVID-19. Kung mayroon pa kayong ibang katanungan, sumangguni sa ating mga vaccination staff. Siguraduhin na pirmahan ang consent form na pumapayag kayong magpabakuna bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 5. Vaccine administration. Ito ang panahon kung saan kayo ay babakunahan sa loob ng 1 hanggang 2 minuto. Huwag kalimutan na kunin ang inyong vaccination card pagkatapos matanggap ang bakuna. Step 6. Observation. Alinsunod sa Department of Health, ang lahat ng magpapabakuna ay kailangang manatili sa pasilidad ng 15 hanggang 30 minuto para obserbahan kung may hindi magandang nararamdaman. Ang ating medical staff ay nakatutok sa inyo para ma-monitor ang inyong kalusugan. Bibigyan kayo ng mga pangalan ng health facility o hotline o contact kung saan pwedeng pumunta kung kinakailangang sumangguni dahil sa side effects ng bakuna. Narito rin ang mga paalala na dapat tandaan. Siguraduhin bumalik sa schedule para sa pangalawang dose ng bakuna. Laging tandaan na kahit nabakunahan ka na, ay huwag pa rin kalimutang sumunod sa minimum public health standards tulad ng pagsasanitize ng mga kamay, pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield, at pagdidistansya sa iba ng 1 metro. Ito ay para na rin sa ating proteksyon at sa proteksyon ng iba. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin ang mga sumusunod na pages. Tara sa Bida Vaccination!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast by DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learn and have fun together.
good afternoon to our dearly beloved student, especially grade 8 learners taking the course TLE ICT Exploratory Technical Drafting. I'm so happy to welcome you in our DEPED program, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Tarlac, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and on our FB page, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and on our FB page, RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Teacher Josephine L. Manalili of Tarlac National High School, your teacher broadcaster for subject TLE ICT Grade 8. Join me in another adventure of fun, learning, and excitement in teaching, technology, and livelihood education. Skills, Knowledge, Progress, TLE. Remember to read and listen very attentively for you to be able to understand our lesson. However, if you find time and if you're having difficulty understanding our lesson, you may go back to our module or to this video. Or you may call or text me in my number, 0998-359-9527. Or you may write your comment in our comment box in our FB Live. Are you ready for our next lesson? Make sure that you are in a comfortable place and ready to listen and actively participate. Bring out your compendium of notes in technical drafting, your learning activity sheet, a notebook, and a ball pen. Before we begin, I would like you to observe the following picture. What do you see in the picture? Exactly. There is a net, there is a ball. And what subject do we study those picture? Yes, in MAPE. Very good. What about the next picture? What do you observe? Yes, these are laboratory tools. And what subject do we use them? Exactly. We use them in our science class. And what about the next picture? What do you see? Yes, you are correct. These are tools and equipment used in our cookery laboratory. What about the next picture? What can you say about the next picture? Exactly. These are tools used in dressmaking. And again, what subject do we learn how to cook and how to sew dressed? Very good. In TLE Home Economics. My dear learners, I want you to know that to become successful in any field of specialization, you need to be familiar with the different tools in that particular field. And then explore them later once you were able to choose your own field of specialization. So sooner you will become a famous basketball player or the world's best chef. You could also be a fashion designer or a chemist. But if you want to become a future engineer, these are the tools that you need to know or be familiar with. For today, we're going to identify and classify them according to their uses and functions. So my future engineers, are you ready? To start, please get your learning activity sheet on page 1 of your LAS and answer this activity.
This corresponding picture. You will be given 10 seconds to give me the correct answer. Are you ready? Number 1. This is one of the most important tools in drawing. It comes in various grades. Yes, the correct answer is drawing pencil. Next, various types of these are available for use, but hard and soft surfaces are highly recommended to be the best. The answer is drawing paper. Next, this tool is used to clean the dirt of the drawing. You are correct. Eraser is the correct answer.
Did you get all the correct answers? If you did, you are ready for our lesson. So let's get started. Drawing papers. Drawing papers are available for use, but hard and soft surface drawing papers are highly recommended to be the best because this type does not groove easily when pressure is applied to the pencil. Oslo paper is commonly used, but bond paper is also recommended. Masking tape. Masking tape is used for fastening drawing paper on the drawing table or the drawing board because it does not damage the board and it will not damage the paper if it is removed by pulling it off. Next, we have pencil sharpener. Pencil should be sharpened whenever they show sign of dullness. Various types and designs are available in the store for use. Next, we have eraser. This is used to clean the dirt of the drawing. A soft eraser is advantageous in removing smudges and pencil mark, whereas a harder eraser is useful for making changes and correcting errors in the drawing. Next, we have drawing pencils. This is one of the most important tools in drawing. It comes in various grades. The grade of the pencils to be used depends on the quality of paper to be used. You have to take into considerations also the type of line of work required. We have 3 types of pencils. Hard pencils are used where extreme accuracy is required, especially working on graphs, diagrams, and chart. Medium pencils are used for general purpose work in drawing. Soft pencils are too soft to be used in mechanical drafting. They are very useful for artwork of various kinds. Now, let's proceed with the different measuring tools in technical drafting. We have the different measuring tools in technical drafting.
T-square. It is a drawing instrument used when making horizontal lines. It is also used for guiding triangles when drawing vertical lines. It is made of wood, plastic, or the combination of both. There are 3 types of T-squares, namely fixed head T-square. The head is fastened to the blade. It is used for ordinary work. Movable head or adjustable head. It has 1 fixed and 1 adjustable head and used only for occasional drawing. Detachable head or removable head. It is designed for comfort when carrying the T-square. Triangles. Another example of measuring tool in technical drafting. It is a 3-sided ruler which typically has 2 equal sides meeting at a 90-degree angle and to a third side at 45, 30, including 60-degree angles. It is usually made of plastic and comes in different sizes. If in use, the base of the triangle must rest on the blade of the T-square. Drawing is a line always starts from the point near the base going upward. Compass. Another example
Hindi
of
pa po.
measuring tool in technical drafting. This drawing instrument is used when drawing arcs and circles. It is used in a similar way to a divider. It is composed of one leg with a pen leg and a needle point leg being held together with a handle. This drawing instrument can be used for both penciling and inking. Another measuring tool is divider. This is a drawing instrument used when transferring measurements, dividing lines and arcs into a desired number of equal parts. It can easily transfer accurate measurement by adjusting the divide point. Constant correct practice is necessary before doing an actual work for a quick and easy control when used. Protractor. It is a semicircular instrument divided into 180 equal parts, each of which is called a degree. It is used to determine gradations of a degree when measuring arcs, angles, and circles. High-quality protractor is usually made of plastic.
Again, let us repeat the different drawing materials we enumerated. We have drawing paper, we have masking tape, we have pencil sharpener, yes, eraser, drawing pencil, and we have 3 types of drawing paper pencils. These are the hard, medium, and soft. Very good. Now let's enumerate the different measuring tools we enumerated. We have the T-square and we have 3 types of T-squares, namely fixed head T-square, movable T-square, and the detachable and also known the removable head T-square. And the next measuring tool, we have triangles, compass, divider, and protractor. Yes, these are the basic measuring tools in drafting. Yes, we are still here in Aral TarlakHenyo. This is a DEPED project, Project Shine. Now, since you are already familiar with the different measuring tools, let us do activity number 2 on your learning activity sheet on page 2. As you can see, there is a word puzzle. Encircle the drafting tools that you may find in the word puzzle. There are horizontal words, there are vertical words, and diagonal words. You may do this in 2 minutes. While answering this, yes, you are still tuned in with RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and listening to DCTC Radio Filipino and in our FB Live. And you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo, a project shine of DEPED Tarlac Province as integration in the new normal education in this pandemic time. And once again, I am Teacher Josephine L. Manalili of Tarlac National High School, your teacher broadcaster for TLE ICT Grade 8. Time's up! Are you ready to check your answers? First, let us check the words written horizontally. And we have, yes, protractor, drawing paper, and drawing pencil. Did you find them? Very good! Now, let's proceed with the materials, tools, measuring tools, choosing, drafting, written vertically. And we have pencil sharpener, masking tapes, triangles, and dividers. Were you able to find them? Good job! Now, let us have the drafting tools written diagonally. And we have compass, eraser, and T-square. These are the different hand tools and materials in measuring tools we find in the puzzle. Were you able to find them? Great job, future engineers. To count your scores, I have designated particular points with its tools in drafting. They are also as follows. And to increase your numerical ability, total the number of points. For protractor, we have 5 points. For drawing paper, we have 3 points. For drawing pencil, we have 2 points. For pencil sharpener, we have 5 points. For triangles, 3 points. Dividers, 2 points. Masking tape, 5 points. Compass, 3 points. Eraser, 2 points. And T-square, 5 points with a total points of 35. Yes, if you got a score 35 to 25, very good. Congratulations. If you got a score 24 to 20, good. You are doing well. But if you got a score below 20, you need to improve more in this topic. Please go back to our module, the use of tools in technical drafting. Now it's time for us to do activity learning on page 3 of your learning activity sheet. But before that, I would like to remind you that you are still with us here in Aral TarlakHenyo, which is here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and simulcast over DCTC 828 AM Radyo Filipino Tarlac. Now, are you ready for our next activity? So, here it is.
Write your answer on the box below. And now, let us start checking your answers. First item or drafting tool is a protractor. You are correct. It is classified as measuring tool. Next, we have the T-square. The answer in number 2 is T-square, and again, it is a measuring tool. The third item is the divider, and it is classified as another measuring tool. And the fourth item is the eraser. Yes, you are correct. Eraser is classified as a drawing material and tool. Next on the list is the masking tape. Very good. Masking tape is classified as drawing material and tool. The sixth drafting tool is drawing pencils. You are correct, because it is another example of drawing material and tool. The seventh drafting tool is the triangle. Yes, you are correct. It is under the measuring tool. Pencil sharpener is the answer on the next item, and it is classified as drawing material and tool. Number 9 is the compass, and you are correct if you placed it under the measuring tool. And finally, for the last item, we have the erasing shield. You got it right if you place it under drawing material and tool. Yes, drawing material and tools includes eraser, masking tape, drawing pencil, pencil sharpener, and erasing shield. While measuring tools includes protractor, T-square, divider, triangle, and compass.
Okay, if you don't have question, we're going to proceed with a short quiz. For question number 1, we have number 1. What type of pencil is used when extreme accuracy is required? A. Hard pencil. B. Medium pencil. C. Soft pencil. Number 2. Which among the drawing material instrument is used to clean the dirt of a drawing? A. Pencil sharpener. B. Eraser. C. Masking tape. Number 3. What instrument is used for transferring measurements? A. Compass. B. Protractor. C. Divider. Number 4. What type of pencil is used for general purpose drawing? A. Hard pencil. B. Soft pencil. C. Medium pencil. Number 5, the last number, what measuring tool is used to determine gradation of degrees when measuring arcs, angles, and circles? A. Compass. B. Divider. C. Protractor. Now, let us check our answers. For your answers key, we have number 1, A, B, eraser, number 3, C, and number 4, medium pencil, and number 5, protractor. Were you able to get all the correct answer? I bet you did. Did you enjoy our lesson, my future engineers? Now, let us have a recap of what we did today. We have identified the tools in technical drafting. We classified the drawing tools as drawing tools and measuring tools in technical drafting. At this point, I want you to get your homework and your notebooks and take note of our assignment. I hope you learned a lot today. I am Josephine L. Manalili, your anchor teacher for today. Always remember, skills, knowledge, progress, TLE. Until next time.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga.
This is my story.
Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney! Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster.
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Especially to all grade 8 students. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here in RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTZ, Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster in grade 8 MAPE. Watch us in Facebook, like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Join me as we learn together in this 25 minutes of meaningful discussion. I would like to tell some gentle reminders. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while you are tuning in into our live stream, television, and our radio station. And also make sure that you have your copy of your learning activity sheet and compendium of notes in grade 8 arts for the second quarter for better understand our lesson. I hope everything is ready. First, let's have our lesson recap. I will read the question. It is regarded as the highest form of Chinese art. What it is? Correct. The answer is landscape painting. Question number 2. Landscape painting is consisted of 3 concepts. What are those 3 concepts? Correct. The 3 concepts are heaven, nature, and humankind, or yin and yang. Question number 3. What do you call the art of beautiful handwriting? Correct. The answer is calligraphy. Okay. Question number 5. What do you call the green face which tells the audience that the character is not only impulsive and violent, but also lack of self-restraint? Absolutely right. The answer is Zuen. I'm so glad that you still remember our last topic. Before we begin our lesson, please pay your attention on the learning activity sheet that I provided. What do you see on the picture on the preliminary activity? Correct. Those are flags. What country represent flag A? Correct. It is Japan. Did you know that Japan is known as Land of the Rising Sun? How about flag 2? Or flag B? Correct. It is South Korea, where you can find the grandest palace in Asia. And it also famous in their popular music called K-pop. I'm pretty sure you'll know BTS. Now that I introduce you to the countries, are you ready to explore the culture, tradition, and arts of the Korea and Japan? Okay, let's begin. Do you know that there is a unique artistic expression related to painting in Japan known as woodblock printing? What is woodblock printing? To begin with, woodblock printing is a technique for printing text, image, pattern used widely throughout East Asia. It was originated in China before 220 AD as a method of printing on textile, but eventually became a method of printing on paper. This method was adopted during Edo period, 1603 to 1867, and became one of their oldest and most highly developed visual arts. Nowadays, woodblock prints fetch impressive prices due to its rarity and age. The most common theme in Japan for printmaking describe the scene of everyday life. It narrates the scene and often fact with figures and details. You can see sample of woodblock printing on learning activity sheet, figure A, discussion portion. As you can see on the learning activity sheet, figure B, it was called ukiyo-e. It is the best known and most popular style of Japanese art, which means picture of the floating world. And it is related to the style of woodblock print, making that shows scene of harmony and carefree everyday living. Ukiyo-e art was produced of diversity media including painting and became an art domain of the upper classes and royalty, but later was also produced by the common people. Did you know that ukiyo-e woodblock print is something created not just by one artist? It takes cooperation of 3 people, one to draw the design, one to carve it, and one to print the image to finish the work. Hakusai and Hiroshige are well-known ukiyo-e artists. Hakusai is known to his creation, The Great Wave of Kanagawa, and Hiroshige is known to his creation named the 50th Station of the Tokaido. You can see the 2 famous ukiyo-e art in the learning activity sheet, figure C. Did you know that the Great Wave of Kanagawa symbolizes the nature has enormous power and weakness of human? And the 53 station of Tokaido was comprised by 55 prints, one for each station plus the beginning and the end point. Kabuki makeup. Kabuki is a Japanese dance drama. Kabuki theater is known for the stylization of drama to the often glamorous and eye-catching costume, and for the elaborate kumadore makeup worn by some of its performers. The kabuki came from 3 words: ka, signifying song; bu, signifying dance; and ki, signifying skills. Kabuki makeup or kesho is already in itself an interpretation of the actor's own role through the medium of facial features. On stage, this interpretation became a temporalization of makeup in collaboration with the audience. Kabuki makeup is also another way of face painting, which has 2 types. First is the standard makeup, which apply to the most actors or supporting cast of the show. You can see standard makeup in learning activity sheet, figure D, discussion portion. While the other type is kumadore makeup. It is the mostly applied in the villains and the heroes in the show. You can see kumadore makeup in the learning activity sheet, figure E. Kumadore is composed of very dramatic lines and shape using colors that represent certain qualities. Black is for passion and anger. Blue is for depression and sadness. Pink is for youth. Light green is for calm. Black symbolizes fear. And purple symbolizes nobility. You can see sample of kumadore makeup in learning activity sheet, figure F, discussion portion. Do you remember the times when you were younger and making planes and boats using folded papers? In Japan, when you make an art using folded papers, it was called origami. The term origami came from uri, mean folding, and kami, meaning paper. It is the traditional art of folding paper, which started in 17th century and was popularized internationally in mid of 1900 and eventually evolved into a modern form. The goal of this art is to transform the flat sheet of paper into finished sculpture through folding and sculpting technique without cutting as much as possible. Origami butterflies were used during celebration in Shinto weddings to represent the bride and groom. So, paper folding had already a significant aspect of Japanese ceremonies by the Heian period in Japanese history. Flowers, animals, birds, fish, geometric shapes, and dolls are the common models used in origami. You can see sample of origami in learning activity sheet, figure G, discussion portion. Origami has expanded and evolved beyond birds, boats, and butterflies. There are now many types of origami. Now, aside from traditional origami, we have modular origami, action origami, golden venture origami, wet folding origami, and origami tessellation. Traditional origami is considered as the purest form of origami. It was made by the sheet of paper and transformed into interesting model using only folds and creases. Also, scissors, glue, tape, staple, and stitches are not part of the traditional origami. Modular origami uses several sheets of paper unfolded into individual units, featuring pockets and tabs. When units or modules are complete, they're joined together by sliding the tabs into according pattern until all units interlock to form a complete model. However, with traditional origami, the creation is made without cutting, fasteners, and adhesive. Origami that designed to be capable of movement when manipulated is known as action origami. Example include birds that flap their wings when the tail is gently pulled, or frogs that hop at the touch of the finger. The recent addition to the ever-growing group of origami subset is known as the golden venture origami. This, taken from original craft, is similar to modular origami, except that the individual units are typically triangular in shape. Some models required as 500 units to complete. Many golden venture creation take from a fully rigged ships, pineapples, and swan. Wet folding origami might be considered by some to be more than a technique than a variant form of origami, but it nonetheless produces non-traditional effect and adds an entirely different element of the craft. In wet folding origami, the paper is damped before being folded. This allows for shape to be molded and sculpted, with slight curves that gives the end result a textured appearance. Origami tessellation are formed on a single piece of paper by using mountains and valley folds on the drawn or creased grid to create repeated pattern across the entire paper. The design is usually two-dimensional. Manga is an umbrella term for a wide variety of comic book and graphic novels originally produced and published in Japan. Unlike American comics, which usually printed in full colors, Japanese manga is almost always black and white. Full color prints are often used for special releases. Japanese manga is read from right to left rather than left to right. One Piece has recently reached its 1,000 episodes or chapters, becoming the longest running manga in Japan. You can see sample of manga panel in learning activity sheet figure G. Now, are you ready to conquer Korea? Let's go! In Japan, in performance act or show in kabuki, they paint their faces, while in Korea, they perform using painted mask. Korean mask or tal originated with religious meaning, just like the mask on the other countries, which also have religious and artistic origins. Korea has a rich history of masks. They use in the funerals services to help banish spirits and theater plays, dating back to the prehistoric age. Masks were also used for shamanistic rites and kept within temples where they were honored and offering. By the 12th century, masks became part of elaborate dances and dramas. You can see Korean mask or tal in learning activity sheet, figure I discussion portion. In Korea, there is applied role of mask, symbolizes different personality to live the act. These are the roles colors in Korean mask: black, red, and white, bright and vibrant colors that help establish the age and the race of the figure. While half red and half white symbolizes that the idea that the wearer has two fathers, Mr. Red and Mr. White. And dark face mask indicates that the character was born of an adulterous mother. You can see the sample photos in Learning Activity Sheet, Figure J, discussion portion. Book is traditional drum. While the term book is a native Korean word used as generic term meaning drum, this is most often used to refer the shadow barrel drum with round wooden body that the cover with ends in animal skin. Book is categorized as hayakbu, which instrument that made with leather and has been used for Korean court music and folk music. You can see photo of book in Learning Activity Sheet, Figure K, discussion portion. Jangu, jango, chango, or sometimes called segoyo, or slim waist drum, is most representative drum in traditional Korean music. This is available in most kind and consists of hourglass-shaped body with two heads made from animal skin. The two heads produce sound of different pitch, which when we played together are believed to represent the harmony of man and woman. You can see the photo of Changu in Learning Activity Sheet, Figure K, discussion portion. K-pop or Korean pop music is probably the country's biggest and most lucrative export. It characterized by singing talents and brilliantly choreographed dancing that help the artist display during the performance. Right now, K-pop music is known all over the world. BTS is the first K-pop group who has nominated in Grammy for the best group for their performance, Dynamite. Are you still enjoying the exploration of arts, culture, tradition of Korea and Japan? Okay, now I want you to pay attention in your learning activity sheet, guide question portion, because I will assess. Okay. Now, I want you to pay your attention in your learning activity sheet learning activity sheet guide question portion because we will assess your learning for today. Okay, are you ready for the first question? Okay, let's begin. What is the technique for printing text, image, or pattern? What is the technique for printing text, image, or pattern used widely throughout East Asia? Question number 2. What is the traditional Japanese art of folding paper? Question number 3. What is the name of the Korean mask with religious meaning? Question number 4. It is the most popular style in Japanese art. Question number 5. What country in Asia that also called Land of the Rising Sun? Question number 6 and 7. What are the two drums, traditional drums in Korea? Question number 8. What is the term for a wide variety of comic books and graphic novels originally produced and published in Japan? Question number 9. What is the title of the longest running manga in Japan that reached 1,000 chapters? And question number 10. What is the name of the first K-pop groups that nominated in Grammy Award? I will give you a few seconds to answer the questions. Now, we will check your answer using the provided answer key in our learning activity sheet. The answer in number 1 is woodblock printing. It is the technique of printing text in East Asia. The answer in number 2 is origami, the art of folding paper in Japan. The answer in number 3 is tal. It is the name of the Korean mask. The answer in number 4 is ukiyo-e. This is the most popular Japanese art. The answer in number 5 is Japan. Japan is also known as the land of the rising sun. The answer in number 6 and 7 is buk and janggu. Those are the traditional drums in Korea. The answer in number 8 is manga. It is the variety of graphic book originally produced in and published in Japan. The answer in number 9 is One Piece, the longest running manga in Japan. It was authored by Ichiro Oda. The answer in number 10 is BTS, the first K-pop group that nominated in Grammy. I hope you got a perfect score. I want you to go in the activity portion, learning activity sheet. Now, let's do a localized origami. I will read the step in doing the localized origami. You need a piece of paper and follow the steps to show in the activity portion. Step 1. Fold the sheet of paper in half and lay the paper down vertically and fold it from left to right so that the both side corner meet up. Step 2. Unfold the paper, rotate it 90 degrees and fold it in half. At this point, the paper must lying down horizontally. This fold will create a new crease on the center of the paper. Step 3. Flip the paper so that the open towards you, then space. Make sure that the center folds line with center crease. Step 4. Bring the bottom of the paper to fold against both sides. Grab and flap the bottom of the paper and fold it against the bottom of the two folded triangle. Turn your paper once and do the same thing and flaps to the other side. Step 5. Take the bottom corners and fold them. It will look like a triangle. Step 6. Make a triangle into square. Use your finger to open the bottom of the triangle. Pull the paper until it pops up the square shape. Step 8. Repeat the step 6. And step 9, you will pull the triangle and make the origami boat. Okay? Time flies when you are learning and having fun. Mabilis lumipas ang 25 minutong ating talakayan. Para sa inyong mga katanungan, maaari kayong magpadala ng mensahe sa akin at sa inyong ibang guro sa MAPE. Art is the power to transform, to illuminate, to educate, to inspire, and to motivate. That's all for today. I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster for Arts 8.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
serving you with the different skills learn and have fun together.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ, Radio Pilipino Tarlac. I am Ronami Reyes, your teacher broadcaster for English Grade 9. Good afternoon, learners! How are you today? I hope everyone is doing well because today you will join me as we will be together in listening and in learning new things. So grab your English 9 SLM and let's learn and have fun together. But before that, here are the house rules. First, lend me your ears as you listen attentively. And ready your pen, learning activity sheets, and be in a place where you are most comfortable and can focus while listening. Last meeting, Ma'am Paula Ragma discussed the summary of Beowulf by Ben Florman. Today, we will assess how much you have learned from your previous discussion. But first, let's have a quick review or quick recap of the epic poem Beowulf. Beowulf is the story in an epic poem form of a great Geat warrior who came to aid of the Danish king Hrothgar in defeating a monster that was terrorizing his people. The monster, Grendel, was a huge, terrifying creature that would enter the town and tear apart its people. Beowulf took on the monster in a mid-hall and defeated him by ripping off Grendel's arm, completing the first of 3 battles that make up the epic poem. After Grendel's defeat, Grendel's mother goes into a rage and seeks to follow Grendel's path in destroying the Danes. Beowulf then goes to her lair and kills her with the great sword of the old world. Victorious and revered, Beowulf returns home to the Geats and serves as a king for a peaceful 50 years, until his people are terrorized by a dragon, enraged by treasure that was stolen from it. Beowulf takes on the dragon in a brave battle and ultimately defeats it, but he is mortally wounded and laid to rest at sea, ending his legacy as a warrior and a ruler. It's time now to evaluate what you have learned. Are you ready? Let's begin. The first part of our quiz is about completing the story. If you listened very well to the discussion of Ma'am Paula and to our review today, you will get a perfect score. I will only say the statements twice. Number your paper from 1 to 10. Number 1. King Hrothgar of Denmark enjoyed a prosperous and successful reign. He built a great mead hall called Blank, where his warriors could gather to drink, receive gifts from their lord, and listen to stories sang by the bards. Again, for number 1, Hrothgar built a great mead hall called Blank, where his warriors could gather to drink, receive gifts from their lord, and listen to stories sang by the bards. The answer is Heorot. It is Hrothgar's mead hall. It's more like a palace, symbolizing his and the Scyldings' success. Grendel sees it as a symbol of mankind's joy and delights in raiding and in capturing it nightly. Okay, number 2. However, the jubilant noise from Heorot angered Blank, a horrible demon who lived in the swamplands of Hrothgar's kingdom. He terrorized the Danes every night, killed them, and defeated their efforts to fight back. Again, for number 2. However, the jubilant noise from Heorot angered Blank, a horrible demon who lived in the swamplands of Hrothgar's kingdom. The answer is Grendel. He is a descendant of biblical Cain. The enormous ogre despises mankind's joy. He menaces Hrothgar and the Danes for 12 years before facing Beowulf in battle. Number 3. Eventually, a young warrior named Blank heard of Hrothgar's plight. Again, for number 3, a young warrior named Blank heard of Hrothgar's plight. The answer is Beowulf. He is a Geatish hero who fights the monster Grendel, Grendel's mother, and the fire-breathing dragon. His boasts and encounters reveal him to be the strongest, ablest warrior around. In his youth, he personifies all of the best values of the heroic culture. In his old age, he proves a wise and effective ruler. Number 4. Inspired by the challenge, Beowulf sailed to Denmark with a small company of men determined to defeat Grendel. King Hrothgar, who had once done a great favor for Beowulf's father, he is Blank, accepted Beowulf's offer to fight Grendel and held a feast in the hero's honor. Again, for number 4, King Hrothgar, who had once done a great favor for Beowulf's father, he is Blank, accepted Beowulf's offer to fight Grendel and held a feast in the hero's honor. The answer is Ecgtheow. He is Beowulf's father, Hygelac's brother-in-law, and Hrothgar's friend. He is dead by the time the story begins, but he lives on through the noble reputation that he made from himself during his life and his dutiful son's remembrances. Number 5. During the feast, an envious Dane named Blank taunted Beowulf and accused him of being unworthy of his reputation. Beowulf responded with a boastful description of some of his past accomplishments. His confidence cheered the Danish warriors, and the feast lasted merrily into the night. Again, for number 5, during the feast, an envious Dane named Blank taunted Beowulf and accused him of being unworthy of his reputation. The answer is Unfert. He is a Danish warrior who is jealous of Beowulf. He is unable or unwilling to fight Grendel, thus proving himself inferior to Beowulf. Number 6. At last, however, Grendel arrived. Beowulf fought him unarmed, proving himself stronger than the demon. As Grendel struggled to escape, Beowulf tore the monster's flank, of which caused his death. Again, for number 6, as Grendel struggled to escape, Beowulf tore the monster's flank, of which caused his death. The answer is arm. Okay, so don't forget to mark your paper if you got the correct answer. Number 7. However, another threat was approaching. Grendel's mother came to Heorot seeking revenge for her son's death. She murdered Beowulf's men. To avenge them, Beowulf traveled to the murky swamp, where Beowulf dived into the water and fought Grendel's mother in her underwater lair. He killed her with blank forged by a giant. Beowulf also found Grendel's corpse inside the underwater lair, decapitated it, and brought the head to the kingdom as a prize to King Hrothgar. The Danes were again overjoyed, and Beowulf's fame spread across the kingdom. Again, for number 7, Beowulf killed Grendel's mother with the blank forged by a giant. The answer is sword. Beowulf miraculously finds this wonderful weapon in the underwater cave and uses it to kill Grendel's mother. It melts down to the hilt after Beowulf uses it to decapitate Grendel's corpse. Number 8. Beowulf departed after a sorrowful goodbye to King Hrothgar. He returned to Blank and ascended to the throne of the Geats. Beowulf ruled wisely for 50 years. Again, for number 8, Beowulf returned to Blank and ascended to the throne of the Geats. He ruled wisely for 50 years. The answer is Geatland, an alternate name for a region in southern Sweden, being the home of the Goths and also called Geats, from whence the hero of the epic poem Beowulf claimed origin. Number 9. When Beowulf was an old man, however, a blank stole a golden cup from a cave where a great dragon lived. Enraged, the dragon emerged from the cave and began unleashing fiery destruction upon the Geats. Again, for number 9, when Beowulf was an old man, however, a blank stole a golden cup from a cave where a great dragon lived. The answer is thief. And for the last number, number 10, sensing his own death approaching, Beowulf went to fight the dragon with the aid of blank. He succeeded in killing the beast, but at a heavy cost. The dragon beat Beowulf, and its fiery venom killed him after their encounter. The Geats burned Beowulf's body on a huge funeral pyre and then buried him with the massive treasure in a barrow overlooking the sea. Again, for number 10, with the aid of blank, Beowulf succeeded in killing the dragon, but at heavy cost. The dragon beat Beowulf, and its fiery venom killed him and their encounter. The answer is Wiglaf. He is a young kinsman and retainer of Beowulf, who helps him in the fight against the dragon, while all of the other warriors run away. He adheres to the heroic code better than Beowulf's other retainers, thereby proving himself a suitable successor to Beowulf. I hope you're all done counting the number of your correct answer, because we will now proceed to the second part of our quiz, which is sequencing of events. I will only say the events twice, so please choose only the letter with the correct order of events. In the first scenario, there are 4 events. Okay? So, first event, Hrothgar, like his ancestors before him, was a good king, and he wished to celebrate his reign by building a grand hall called Heorot. For second event, the story began with a brief genealogy of the Danes. Skjaldsefing was the first great king of the Danes, known for his ability to conquer enemies. Skjald became the great-grandfather of Hrothgar, the king of the Danes during the events of Beowulf. Third event, once the hall is finished, Hrothgar held a large feast. The revelry attacks the attention of the monster Grendel, who decides to attack during the night. Fourth event, after that, Hrothgar and his thanes discovered the bloodshed and mourned the lost warriors. This is when Grendel's assault upon the Danes began. So here are your choices. For letter A, second, first, third, and fourth event. Letter B, second, third, fourth, or first event. Letter C, second, first, third, and fourth event. And letter D, second, third, first, and fourth event. Okay, again, for the first scenario, I will repeat the 4 events. First event, Hrothgar, like his ancestors before him, was a good king, and he wished to celebrate his reign by building a grand hall called Heorot. Second event, the story began with the brief genealogy of the Danes. Skjaldsefing was the first great king of the Danes, known for his ability to conquer enemies. Skjald became the great-grandfather of Hrothgar, the king of the Danes, during the events of Beowulf. Third event, once the hall is finished, Hrothgar held a large feast. The revelry attacks the attention of the monster Grendel, who decides to attack during the night. Fourth event, after that, Hrothgar and his thanes discovered the bloodshed and mourned the lost warriors. This is when Grendel's assault upon the Danes began. For your choices, again, I'll repeat. Letter A, second, first, third, and fourth event. Letter B, second, third, fourth, and first event. Letter C, second, first, third, and fourth event. And letter D, second, third, first, and fourth event. Okay, so the answer is letter A. So now let's proceed to the next scenario. So in this second scenario, we also have 4 events. For first event, a Gayat Thane Beowulf decided to help the Danes. He sailed to the land of the Danes with his best warriors. Second event, Hrothgar remembered the time when he helped Beowulf's father, Ecgtheow, to settle a feud. Thus, he welcomed Beowulf's help gladly. Third event, 12 years passed. Eventually, the news of Grendel's aggression of the Danes reached the Geats, another tribe. And fourth event, upon the Danes' arrival, Hrothgar's Thane, Wulfgar, judged the Geats worthy enough to speak with Hrothgar. Again, for the second scenario, I will repeat the 4 events. First event, a Gayat Thane Beowulf decided to help the Danes. He sailed to the land of the Danes with his best warrior. Second event, Hrothgar remembered the time when he helped Beowulf's father, Ecgtheow, to settle a feud. Thus, he welcomed Beowulf's help gladly. Third event, 12 years passed. Eventually, the news of Grendel's aggression on the Danes reached the Geats, another tribe. And fourth event, upon the Danes' arrival, Hrothgar's Thane, Wulfgar, judged the Geats worthy enough to speak with Hrothgar. Here are your choices. For letter A, third, first, fourth, and second event. Letter B, fourth, second, first, and third event. For letter C, first, third, fourth, and second event. And letter D, fourth, second, third, and first event. Okay, the answer is letter A. So for our last scenario, okay, so you need to choose the correct order of events based on how Grendel attacks Herod. I'll repeat. You need to choose the correct order of events based on how Grendel attacks the Herod. First event, Grendel sneaks up at night. Second event, he runs out with the bodies of men. Third event, he takes the men of his lair as food. And fourth event, he grabs men and smashes them. Again, for the last scenario, you need to choose the correct order of events based on how Grendel attacks Herod. First event, Grendel sneaks up at night. Second event, he runs out with the bodies of men. Third event, he takes the men to his lair as food. And fourth event, he grabs men and smashes them. Okay, for your choices, letter A, first, second, third, and fourth event. Letter B, first, third, fourth, and second event. Letter C, first, second, fourth, and third event. And letter D, first, fourth, second, and third event. Okay, the answer is letter C. Okay, now you have learned much information about the epic poem, okay, of the characters and the summary of Beowulf, their heroic traits, and the correct order of events in the epic poem. Indeed, Beowulf is a piece of literature that reflects VUCA values, which still thrive despite of the modern changes in the society. To prove that, This will be your assignment. So you need to write an article that explains the top 3 lessons you learned from Beowulf that you can directly apply to personal passion, interest, or future job. I'll repeat. You need to write an article that explains the top 3 lessons you learned from Beowulf that you can directly apply to your personal passion, interest, or your future job. This will have an introduction, of course, a conclusion, okay, but the middle part will be in 3 sections, okay, that have the lesson in bold and the explanation with examples under it. Okay, so I hope you learned a lot today. I am Teacher Rana, your grade 9 teacher anchor for today. Until next time!
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para magbanding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at ng DZTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Binibining Regialan P. Chaos, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na mga istruktura ng pamilihan. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at naririnig ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong mga isip at maunawaan ang aralin natin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ikalawang markahan ng ika-6 na linggo. Ito ay ang Module 4 na may pamagat na mga istruktura ng pamilihan. Ihanda nyo na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala o maisulat ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa mga istruktura ng pamilihan. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong Martes. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mabuti naman. Noong nakaraang episode, ating tinalakay ang konsepto ng pamilihan bilang isang mahalagang bahagi sa buhay ng consumer at producer. Ito ay nagsisilbing lugar kung saan nakakamit ng isang consumer ang sagot sa marami niyang pangangailangan at kagustuhan sa pamamagitan ng mga produkto at serbisyong handa at kaya niyang ikonsumo. Sa kabilang dako, ang mga producer naman ang siyang nagsisilbing tagapagtustos ng mga serbisyo at produkto upang ikonsumo ng mga tao. Ang consumer at producer din ang siyang itinuturing na pangunahing tauhan sa pamilihan na siyang nagpapalitan ng produkto at serbisyo. Presyo ang siyang nagiging instrumento upang maging ganap ang palitan ng consumer at producer. Tinatawag din itong invisible hand ni Adam Smith na siyang tumatayong halaga ng produkto sa pera. Ang pamilihan ay maaaring lokal, panrehiyon, pambansa o pandaigdigan. Sa kasalukuyan, nagiging patok sa mga consumer at producer ang pagkikipagpalitan ng produkto sa pamamagitan ng internet na tinatawag nating online selling. Laging tandaan na sa pamilihan natutugunan ang demand ng consumer sa pamamagitan ng pag-supply ng mga producer. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa sa araw na ito. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral na nasa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/rehelia.ana o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0977-425-0552. Uulitin ko po, ang numerong maaari ninyong tawagan, 0977-425-0552. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na. Kung titignan sa ating kasaysayan, nagsimula ang konsepto ng pamilihan bilang isang lugar lamang kung saan nagpapalitan ang mga magkakalapit lugar ng mga labis na produkto na kanilang nakukuha sa kanilang pangangaso at pangingisda. Kalaunan ay mas naging sistematiko ang gawaing ito at tinawag na pamilihan o palengke. Tulad ng ating naging paksa sa nakaraan nating episode, ang pamilihan sa kasalukuyan ay isang lugar kung saan nagaganap ang interaksyon sa pagitan ng consumer at producer, na siyang mga pangunahing aktor sa pamilihan upang magpalitan ng produkto sa isang takdang presyo o halaga. Ang pamilihan ay nagtataglay ng iba't ibang katangian. Ito ay mayroong dalawang pangunahing istruktura. Ang istruktura ng pamilihan na ito ay tumutukoy sa balangkas na umiiral sa sistema ng merkado kung saan ipinapakita ang ugnayan ng consumer at producer. Ang dalawang balangkas na ito ay ang una, ang pamilihan na may ganap na kompetisyon o perfectly competitive market. At ikalawa naman ay ang pamilihang di ganap ang kompetisyon o imperfectly competitive market. Ang mga ito ay theoretical na balangkas ng pamilihan. Ito ay maaaring iuri batay sa mga sumusunod. Una, gaano karami ang consumer at tindera? Ikalawa, sino ang nagtatakda ng presyo? Ikatlo, ano ang uri ng mga produkto? At ikaapat, kalayaan sa pagpasok sa pamilihan. Samantala, ang dami at lawak ng kontrol ng market players o ang mga consumer at producer sa pamilihan ay ang salik na nagtatakda ng istruktura nito. Una nating talakayin ay ang pamilihang may ganap na kompetisyon. Ito ang istruktura ng pamilihan na kinikilala bilang modelo o ideal. Ito ay kalimitang nagtataglay ng pangunahing katangian na walang sino man sa producer at consumer ang maaaring makakontrol sa takbo ng pamilihan, partikular na sa presyo. Ito ay nangangahulugang hindi kayang idikta ng isang producer at consumer ng mag-isa ang presyo. Sa panig ng producer, hindi nila ito kayang kontrolin sapagkat maraming nagtitinda ng magkaparehong uri ng produkto at serbisyo sa pamilihan. Dahil dito, ang mga consumer ay may pamimilian kung saan at kanino bibili ng isang partikular na produkto o serbisyo. Ito ay nangangahulugan ng balangkas na lubhang napakaliit ng bilang ng producer kumpara sa kabuuang bilang ng mga producer sa pamilihan. Sa panig naman ng mga consumer, walang sino man ang may kakayahang idikta ang presyo dahil lubha rin silang napakaliit kumpara sa buong bilang ng maaaring bumili ng produkto o serbisyo. Dahil dito, ang lahat ng producer at consumer ay mapipilitang magbenta at bumili ng produkto at serbisyo sa pamilihan sa itinakdang presyo sa ekwilibryo ng pamilihan. Ang sitwasyong ito ay ipinaliliwanag ng konsepto ng price taker na kung saan ang producer at consumer ay umaayon lamang sa kung ano ang takbo ng presyo sa pamilihan at walang kapasidad na magtakda ng sarili nilang presyo. Ayon sa aklat na Economics ni Paul Krugman at Robin Wells, ang pamilihang may ganap na kompetisyon ay may sumusunod na katangian. Una, maraming maliliit na consumer at producer. Sa kadahilan ng napakarami ng nagtitinda at maliliit lamang ang negosyo sa ganitong uri ng pamilihan. Walang kakayahan ang producer na kontrolin ang presyo ng mga produkto sapagkat ang kahit kaunting pagtaas ng presyo sa tindahan A ay maaaring magdulot ng paglipat ng mamimili sa tindahan B na mayroong mas mababang presyo. Kaya naman ang producer ay sumusunod na lamang sa presyo na umiiral sa pamilihan. Mailalarawan din ang produkto sa ganitong uri o istruktura ng pamilihan bilang homogeneous o magkakatulad. Mapapansing identical ang mga produkto, kaya naman nawawalan ng saysay ang pag-aanunsyo o paggamit ng advertisement sapagkat wala mang pag-aanunsyo na nagaganap ay nakasisiguro na ang mga produkto na ito ay bibilhin pa rin ng consumer. Isang halimbawa rito ay ang sa palengke, kung saan nagtitinda ang bawat producer ng magkakatulad na produkto. Ang mga saging na ibinebenta ni tindera A ay walang masyadong pinagkaiba sa mga saging na itinitinda ni tindera B. Hindi rin ginagawang basehan ng mga mamimili ang pinanggalingan ng mga produktong ito, sapagkat sino man ang nagtanim at umani ng mga ito, patuloy pa rin itong mabibili. Ikatlong katangian ng pamilihang may ganap na kompetisyon ay malayang paggalaw ng sangkap ng produksyon. Maraming mapagkukunan ng mga sangkap para makabuo ng mga produkto. Bunga nito, maraming produkto ang nagkakatulad na maaaring ipagbili sa pamilihan. Ikaapat na katangian ay ang malayang pagpasok at paglabas sa industriya. Ang pamilihan, Partikular na ang sistema ng pagnenegosyo ay bukas sa lahat ng may kapasidad na maibabahagi. Walang kakayahan ang mga dating producer na sila ay hadlangan o pagbawalan sa pagpasok sa pagnenegosyo o sa pamilihan. Ito ay nakatutulong upang paigtingin ang kompetisyon sa pamilihan na nagdudulot para siguraduhin ng mga producer na ang kanilang mga produkto ay may mataas na kalidad at tamang presyo upang tangkilikin ng mga consumer. Muli, ang mga 5 katangian ng pamilihang may hindi ganap na kompetisyon ay una, marami itong mga maliliit na consumer at producer. Ikalawa, ang mga produkto ay homogeneous. Ikatlo ay malaya ang paggalaw ng sangkap ng produksyon. Ikaapat, malaya ang pagpasok at paglabas sa industriya. At ang ikalima, meron pa pala tayong ikalima. Ang ikalimang katangian ay ang pagiging malaya ang impormasyon ukol sa pamilihan. Dahil sa ang sistema nga ay malaya, ang pagdaloy ng impormasyon, lalo na sa pagtatakda ng presyo at dami, ay bukas para sa kaalaman ng lahat. Malayang makagagawa at makapagbebenta ang isang producer sa pamilihan. Gayon din, ang mga consumer ay malaya kung bibili o hindi bibili ng mga produkto o serbisyo sa pamilihan. Ikalawang istruktura ng pamilihan ay ang pamilihang may hindi ganap na kompetisyon, na kung saan wala ang anumang kondisyon o katangian na matatagpuan sa pamilihang may ganap na kompetisyon. Ang mga katangian na tinataglay ng di ganap na kompetisyon ay kabaliktaran ng mga katangian ng ganap na kompetisyon. Sa istrukturang ito ay mayroong kumokontrol sa presyo ng mga bilihin, hindi malaya ang paglabas at pagpasok ng mga negosyante, nabibilang lamang ang dami ng consumer at producer at limitado ang pagpipiliang produkto. Ang mga sumusunod na anyo ang bumubuo sa pamilihang may hindi ganap na kompetisyon. Una ay ang monopolyo. Ito ay ang uri ng pamilihan na iisa lamang ang producer na gumagawa ng produkto o nagbibigay serbisyo kung kaya't walang pamalit o kahalili. Dahil dito, siya ay may kakayahang impluwensyahan ang pagtatakda ng presyo sa pamilihan. Sa ganitong kadahilanan, ang mga consumer ay napipilitang tanggapin na lamang ang pagiging makapangyarihan ng mga monopolista. Ang mga halimbawa ng mga producer na nasa ganitong uri ay ang mga kumpanya ng kuryente sa aspekto ng tubig at tren. Ikalawa ay ang monopsonyo. Sa ganitong uri ng pamilihan, mayroon lamang iisang mamimili, ngunit maraming producer ng produkto at serbisyo. Sa ganitong kalagayan, may kapangyarihan ang consumer na maimpluwensyahan ang presyo sa pamilihan. Ang mabisang halimbawa ng ganitong anyo ng pamilihan ay ang pamahalaan, na nag-iisang kumukuha ng serbisyo at nagpapasahod sa mga pulis, sundalo, bombero, traffic enforcer at iba pa. Dahil ang pamahalaan ang nag-iisang kumukuha ng serbisyo ng mga nabanggit bilang empleyado, ito ay may direktang kapangyarihan sa pagtatakda ng halaga ng pasahod sa mga ito. Ikatlo ay ang oligopolyo. Ito ay isang uri ng estruktura ng pamilihan na may maliit na bilang o iilan lamang na producer ang nagbebenta ng magkakatulad o magkakaugnay na produkto at serbisyo. Sa ganitong uri ng pamilihan, may kakayahan ang producer na maimpluwensyahan o madiktahan ang presyo na umiiras sa pamilihan. Ilan sa mga halimbawa ng ganitong uri ng produkto sa pamilihan ay ang semento, bakal, ginto at petrolyo. Dito na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa mga istruktura ng pamilihan. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling pagsusulit. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Ang kailangan nyo lamang gawin ay isulat nyo lamang ang mga letrang PMGK kung ang tinutukoy sa pangungusap ay pamilihang may ganap na kompetisyon at mga letrang PMDGK naman kung pamilihang may di ganap na kompetisyon. Babasahin ko ang bawat pangungusap ng 2 beses. Handa na ba kayo? Tara, simulan na natin. Number 1. Ito ay ang istruktura ng pamilihan na kung saan hindi kayang idikta ng isang producer at consumer ng mag-isa ang presyo. Ito ay ang istruktura ng pamilihan na kung saan hindi kayang idikta ng isang producer at consumer ng mag-isa ang presyo. Number 2. Ito ay ang istruktura ng pamilihan na kung saan ay may malayang paggalaw ng sangkap ng produksyon. Ito ay ang istruktura ng pamilihan na kung saan ay may malayang paggalaw ng sangkap ng produksyon. Number 3. Sa istruktura ng pamilihang ito ay mayroong kumokontrol sa presyo ng mga bilihin. Sa istruktura ng pamilihang ito ay mayroong kumokontrol sa presyo ng mga bilihin. Number 4. Sa istrukturang ito ng pamilihan ay hindi malaya ang paglabas at pagpasok ng mga negosyante. Sa istrukturang ito ng pamilihan ay hindi malaya ang paglabas at pagpasok ng mga negosyante. Number 5. Ang katangian ng istruktura ng pamilihang ito ay pagiging malaya ng impormasyon ukol sa pamilihan. Ang katangian ng istruktura ng pamilihang ito ay magiging malaya ng impormasyon ukol sa pamilihan. Ngayon ay titignan natin kung tama ba ang inyong mga kasagutan. Hinihiling ko ang inyong buong katapatan sa pagwawasto sa pagsusulit na ito. Sa number 1, kung ang iyong sagot ay PMGK, ikaw ay tama. Kung PMDGK naman ang iyong sagot sa number 2, ikaw ay mali. Dahil ang pagkakaroon ng malayang paggalaw ng sangkap ng produksyon ay isang katangian ng pamilihang may ganap na kompetisyon. Ang tamang sagot naman sa number 3 ay PMDGK. Sa number 4 ay PMDGK din ang tamang sagot. At sa number 5 naman, ang tamang sagot ay PMGK. Lubos ang aking pagbati sa inyo dahil confident ako na kayo ay nakakuha ng perfect score. Palakpakan nyo naman ang inyong mga sarili. Sa ating susunod na talakayan ay ating susuriin ang anyo ng pamilihang may di ganap na kompetisyon. Ngunit, bago yun, sagutin ninyo muna ang data retrieval chart sa pahina 13 ng inyong module sa AP9. Ang pamagat ng gawain ay alisto sa pagbabasa. Ilagay ninyo ang inyong gawain sa pad paper. Uulitin ko lamang bago natin talakayin ang susunod na paksa na anyo ng pamilihang may di ganap na kompetisyon dahil ipapaliwanag natin ito ng mas detalyado. Okay? Sagutin ninyo muna ang data retrieval chart sa pahina 13 ng inyong module 9. Maaari ninyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone ang inyong sinagutang gawain at isumit ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Binibining Regelan P. Jaos, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral sa Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Pagbati at paghanga sa inyong patuloy na pag-aaral.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa DZTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Narito na ang paaralang walang sawang naglilingkod
mula dito sa Villa Aldipay,
mula dito sa bayan ng San Manuel,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula sa Santa Ignacio,
mula sa bayan ng Victoria,
mula sa lungsod ng Tarlac.
Teacher Jury Andres Madriaga, ang inyong teacher broadcaster para sa ika-4 na baitang ng PE.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Professor on air.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga. This is my story. Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia tuwing Sabado alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills
Learn and have fun together.
I am Franklin Alonso Manzano, your teacher broadcaster for TLE ICT Computer System Servicing Grade 9, bringing you the latest and trending lessons on air. Good afternoon, TarlakHenyos. How are you, my grade 9 learners? I hope you are in good health and far away from the COVID-19. Are you ready for our lesson? But before that, I want you to prepare your pen and paper so that you can take down notes while listening. Our lesson for today is all about the bootable devices. Bootable devices, CD or DVD bootable, and USB bootable using the Rufus software. Are you ready? But first, let's have a recap of our previous lessons. Last meeting, we discussed about operating system. Again, when we say operating system, it is a software that manages the computer hardware. The computer operating system provides common services for execution of various applications. An operating system is the most important software that runs on a computer. It manages the computer's memory and processes, as well as all of its software and hardware. It also allows you to communicate with the computer without knowing how to speak the computer's language. Without an operating system, a computer is useless. And there are common types of operating system. Do you still remember? Very good. Let us again identify some of them. The first one is the Unix operating system. It supports multitasking and multi-user functionality. Unix is most widely used in all forms of computing systems such as desktop, laptops, and servers. On Unix, there is a graphical user interface similar to Windows that support easy navigation and support environment. Next is the Linux operating system. It is similar to Unix in operation, but it is free. It is an open source operating system. An operating system is the software that directly manages a system's hardware and resources, like the CPU or central processing unit, a memory, and the storage. Next, we have the Apple Macintosh operating system. It is a product of Apple. It has its own operating system with graphical user interface and WIMP features. Another is the Windows operating system. It is a product of Microsoft. It is a series of operating systems developed by Microsoft. Each version of Windows includes a graphical user interface with a desktop that allows the users to view the files and folders in Windows. For the past 2 decades, Windows has been the most widely used operating system for personal computers. Another, or lastly, is the Android operating system. It is a mobile operating system developed by Google. It is primarily used for touchscreen devices such as cell phones and tablets. And those are some of the operating system that we can use. Now let's move on to our new lesson. It's all about the bootable devices. Very good. A bootable device is any piece of hardware that contains the files required for a computer to start. For example, a hard drive, a floppy disk drive, a CD or DVD drive, and USB jump drive. These are all considered a bootable devices. But the most commonly used boot device or boot drive is the hard drive. A hard drive is a hardware component that stores all your digital content, your documents, your pictures, music, videos, programs, application preferences, and operating system represents digital content stored on a hard drive. Hard drives can be external or internal. Everything stored on the hard drive is measured in terms of its file size. Documents such as text are generally very small, whereas pictures are large, music is even larger, and videos are the largest. A hard drive determines the size of digital files in terms of megabytes per MB, gigabytes per GB, and terabytes per TB. When an operating system, for example, a Microsoft Windows, is installed onto the hard drive, it copies the boot files and drivers required to load the Windows onto the computer. When installing a new operating system, troubleshooting the computer, or booting from another drive, for example, the CD-ROM drive, a bootable disk or setup disk is inserted into the drive. If the boot sequence is set up correctly, the contents of the bootable disk are loaded. And hard disks are non-volatile storage that are used to store and retrieve data quickly. Non-volatile storage is a physical media that retains the data without electrical power. This means that no data is lost when the computer is powered off, making hard disks suitable for permanent storage information. And what are the examples of non-volatile storage? We have the read-only memory or ROM. We have the flash drive, the hard disk drive, and most types of magnetic storage devices such as hard disks, floppy disks and magnetic tape, optical disks, and early computer storage methods such as paper tape and punch card. Do you know how to make a bootable CD or DVD discs? Very good. Creating a bootable CD enables the users to have a CD that can be inserted into a compatible computer and it's automatically run as the computer starts. Making a bootable CD helps do such things as diagnose a computer, restore a computer's configuration, start the installation of a program and an operating system, or set and update hardware. And there are many types of softwares that can create a bootable CD, including the Power ISO. What is a Power ISO? A Power ISO is an image processing software for CD and DVD. It allows you to create, to burn, to mount, to encrypt, to compress, and convert ISO files. How about creating a bootable CD or DVD using the Power ISO? Do you have any idea? Very good. Here are the steps in creating a bootable CD or DVD using the Power ISO. First, run the Power ISO. Number 2, click on the New button on toolbar or choose the File, then New, then click the Data CD or DVD image menu. Number 3, click on the Add button on toolbar to add the files and folders. You can also identify or directly drag the files and folders from Windows Explorer of the Power ISO window. And number 4, choose the menu action, then New Folder to create a new folder. Number 5, choose the menu action, change the label to change the default label. Number 6, choose the menu file, then Properties to set the ISO file properties. Number 7, click on the Save button on toolbar, then click on the File, Save As menu. Number 8, choose the menu action, then Boot, then click the Add Boot Information to load a bootable image file. And number 9, save the ISO file to standard ISO images *.iso format. And lastly, to make a bootable CD, please burn the ISO file to a blank CD or DVD discs. And those are the steps in creating a bootable CD or DVD using the Power ISO. And what about the bootable USB? A bootable USB is a regular USB storage device like USB stick or external hard drive. that has an ISO image of an operating system saved on it. An ISO image is an archive file that contains all the information found on an optical disc, such as CD or DVD. This could, for example, be a Windows installation CD. And normally, whenever you start up your computer, it boots from the operating system stored on your internal hard drive. By running a bootable USB, however, you can boot up your computer using the USB's ISO image instead. This can be useful if you ever need to recover, to repair, or install an operating system on your computer. And we will now discuss how to create a bootable USB using the Rufus software. Let's identify first what is a Rufus software. Rufus is one of several programs that allows you to create an ISO image on a USB stick. And to create a bootable USB using the Rufus, all you need are the following. First, your ISO of choice, for example, the Windows 10. Next, the latest version of Rufus available online from rufus.ie. And lastly, a spare of USB stick. An 8GB USB should be plenty for Windows 10, but make sure you have one that's large enough for the ISO you're using. Once you got this ready, follow these steps to make your own bootable USB. And here are the steps in creating bootable USB using the Rufus software. First step, open up a Rufus and plug your clean USB stick into your computer. And Rufus will automatically detect your USB. Click on Device and choose the USB you want to use from the drop-down menu. Step number 3. Make sure that boot selection option is set to disk or ISO image, then select. Rufus will open a File Explorer browser window. Locate the ISO image you want to burn onto the USB and select it. And take note, in the latest version of Rufus 3.5, there is now an option to download the ISO image for Windows 8.1 or 10 directly Rufus, and if you don't already have a copy saved, just click on the drop-down arrow next to the select button and choose download instead. This will open a dialog box where you can choose which Windows version you want to download. Step number 4. You'll generally want to create a standard Windows installation, and Rufus will automatically detect the partition scheme based on your device. So keep the default settings as they are. However, you can also change this if you want. And step number 5, give the volume name of your choice or leave it as it is. And once again, leave the default settings for file system and cluster size. Now, click Start. And take note, If the USB you are using isn't large enough, you'll get an error message letting you know. In this case, you'll need to start again with different and larger USB. Step number 6. You'll get a warning saying that any data on the USB will be destroyed, but this is normal. Click OK and Rufus will run or will start creating the ISO image on the USB. And lastly, step number 7. Once Rufus has finished creating the ISO image on the USB, you can close it and your bootable USB is ready to go. And those are the steps in creating a bootable USB using the Rufus software. Creating a bootable USB is made easy using a Rufus software. And before we end our lesson, let's have some of the frequently asked questions. The first one, is hard drive speed important? Of course. Speed spin or rotation per minute or RPM is relatively important. The faster a disk platter spins, the faster your computer can find the file you want. Another, should I choose an internal or external drive? That depends on your situation. Upgrading your computer, internal hard drive provides built-in storage of all your files. An external hard drive gives you a portable and on-the-go storage at your fingertips. And what about the best hard drive size? That depends. If you simply need to transfer a limited number of files between a computer and a backup drive, a smaller drive will work. If you want to back up your entire computer or several computers, or if you store a lot of videos or audio, you want a larger drive. Another, why does a computer need a hard drive? A computer requires an operating system that allows the user to interact and use it. The operating system interprets the keyboard, the mouse movements, and allows you or for the use of software like an internet browser, word browser, and video games. And to install a computer operating system, a hard drive or another storage device is required. The storage device provides storage medium where the operating system is installed and stored. Another, how to fix a bootable device for error. Here are the several fixes you should try. First, check your boot order. Next, you can fix the boot information of your system. Number 3, set the primary partition back as active. And number 4, reset your system. And take note. Note that to perform the methods 2, 3, and 4, you'll need a Windows installation media such as a DVD or USB drive with Windows installation package inside. Now let's have a short quiz. Write your answer on a paper. You are going to identify what is being asked. First, question number 1. Is any piece of hardware that contains the files required for a computer to start? Number 2. What is the most and commonly used boot device or boot drive? Number 3. It is one of the several programs that allows you to create an ISO image on a USB stick. Number 4. It is a physical media that retains data without electrical power. And number 5. Give at least 4 examples of bootable devices. Now, let's check your answers. Number 1, we have the bootable devices. Number 2, the hard drive. Number 3, the Rufus software. Number 4, the non-volatile device. And question number 5, we have the hard drive, floppy disk drive, CD-ROM, and USB jump drive. And that's all for today. I hope you learned something from today's lesson. I am Franklin Alonso Manzano, your TLE ICT Grade 9 teacher for today. Remember, there's skills, knowledge, and progress in TLE. Until next time.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast by DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned
And have fun together.
Handa ka na bang magpabakuna? Narito ang mga paalala at hakbang na gagawin sa proseso ng pagbabakuna. Bago ang pagbabakuna, kinakailangan mo nang dumaan sa pre-vaccination screening. Kinakailangan kumuha muna ng medical clearance sa doktor ang mga kabilang sa special population tulad ng mga sumusunod. May problema sa immune system, may cancer, may HIV, sumasailalim sa transplant operation, kasalukuyang umiinom ng steroids, mga senior citizens na may special conditions. Step 1. Waiting area. Siguraduhin kayo ay pumunta sa tamang oras at petsa ng inyong schedule sa pagbabakuna. Hindi papayagan ang mga walk-in sa vaccination sites. Maupo sa bakanting upuan alinsunod sa tamang pagkakasunod ng bilang. Hintayin na tawagin kayo para sa susunod na hakbang. Habang nag-aantay, sumunod sa minimum public health standards. Isuot ang face mask at face shield. Sundin ang proper physical distancing at ugaliing maghugas at isanitize ang kamay. Step 2. Registration. Sundin ang mga patakaran ng inyong LGU o vaccination site sa pag-register at ipakita ang inyong government ID. Bibigyan kayo ng kopya ng informed consent form, health screening form, at mga pamphlet tungkol sa bakuna na pwede ninyong basahin. Hintayin na matapos ang proseso ng registration bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 3. Screening. Kayo ay isa sa ilalim sa health screening at tatanungin tungkol sa inyong kalusugan tulad ng history of COVID-19 exposure, history of vaccination, mga gamot na iniinom, kung may allergies at iba pa. Ito ay para makasiguro kung angkop para sa inyo ang magpapakuna sa kasalukuyan. Step 4. Health Education. Makinig sa ibabahaging importanteng impormasyon tungkol sa pagbabakuna para sa COVID-19. Kung mayroon pa kayong ibang katanungan, sumangguni sa ating mga vaccination staff. Siguraduhin na pirmahan ang consent form na pumapayag kayong magpabakuna bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 5. Vaccine Administration. Ito ang panahon kung saan kayo ay babakunahan sa loob ng 1 hanggang 2 minuto. Huwag kalimutan na kunin ang inyong vaccination card pagkatapos matanggap ang bakuna. Step 6. Observation. Alinsunod sa Department of Health, ang lahat ng magpapabakuna ay kailangang manatili sa pasilidad ng 15 hanggang 30 minuto para obserbahan kung may hindi magandang nararamdaman. Ang ating medical staff ay nakatutok sa inyo para ma-monitor ang inyong kalusugan. Bibigyan kayo ng mga pangalan ng health facility o hotline o contact kung saan pwedeng pumunta kung kinakailangang sumangguni dahil sa side effects ng bakuna. Narito rin ang mga paalala na dapat tandaan. Siguraduhin bumalik sa schedule para sa pangalawang dose ng bakuna. Laging tandaan na kahit nabakunahan ka na, ay huwag pa rin kalimutang sumunod sa minimum public health standards tulad ng pagsasanitize ng mga kamay, pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield, at pagdidistansya sa iba ng 1 metro. Ito ay para na rin sa ating proteksyon at sa proteksyon ng iba. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin ang mga sumusunod na pages. Tara sa Vida Vaccination!
Hello everyone! Good afternoon, especially to my grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 8 to 8 a.m. Radyo Pilipino. I am Cheryl T. Arcilia, your teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 9. But before we start our lesson for today, make sure that you are holding with you your printed module so you can follow as I go along with the discussion. Stay in the most comfortable place while watching or listening to this broadcast. Hands off to all kind of distractions. Lend me your ears so you can follow. At the end of the module, you are expected to identify the different representative artists of the Baroque period and their artworks. Let us have a recap of what we have discussed last Tuesday. For those who are tuned in to DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, have with you your 2Ps. Yeah, 2Ps. A pen and a paper. For you to write your answer about the questions that I will be giving you. And for those who are watching live on RTV Channel 28, you may write your answer on the comment box below. I hope you got the instructions right. Are you ready? Okay then, let's start. Can you still remember the representative artists and their artworks during the Renaissance period? Who are they? Yes, absolutely. The famous artists during this era were, first, Michelangelo di Ludovico Buonarroti Simoni. Next is Leonardo di Sierpera da Vinci. Third, Raffaello Sanzio da Urbino. And last, we have Donato de Niccolo di Betto Bardi. Or you can easily remember these famous artists during the Renaissance period by simply remembering the characters from the movie Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Can you still remember them? Yes. We have Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, and Donatello, our favorite characters. And now, aside from knowing these artists, what are their famous works? Write your answers in the paper and write it on the comment box. What are their famous artworks? Very good. You got it right. We have David for Michelangelo, and of course, the Pieta or the Pieta, Mona Lisa, and the Last Supper for Leonardo. Then, for Raphael, we have the School of Athens and the Transfiguration. And last, for Donatello, we have David and the Feast of Herod. I'm so glad that you can still remember these artists and their artworks. You deserve a clap and a big hug. Additional baon from your parents? Maybe. So this time, let us continue our lesson. Are you ready? Let's talk about the arts from the Baroque period. The term Baroque was derived from the Portuguese word barroco, which means irregularly shaped pearl or stone. It describes a fairly complex idiom and focuses on painting, sculpture, as well as architecture. Baroque was a period of artistic styles and exaggeration motion, drama, tension, and grandeur. The style started in Rome and spread to the most of Europe. Baroque painting illustrated key elements of Catholic dogma, either directly in biblical works or indirectly in imaginary or symbolic work. The gestures are broader than Mannerist gestures. It is less ambiguous, less arcane, and mysterious. Baroque sculpture is typically larger than life size. It is marked by a similar sense of dynamic movement, along with an active use of space. On the other hand, Baroque architecture was designed to create spectacle and illusion. Thus, the straight lines of the Renaissance were replaced with flowing curves. Now, let's talk about the famous artists of the Baroque period. The famous artists of the Baroque period were the following. First, we have Michelangelo Merisi or Amerigo Caravaggio, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, Rembrandt Emerson Varine, Peter Paul Rubens, Diego Velázquez. The first artist whom we will be talking about is Michelangelo Merisi or Amerigo da Caravaggio. He was born on September 29, 1571 in Milan, Italy, and died on July 18, 1610 in Porto Ercole, Italy. He was better known as Caravaggio. He was an Italian artist who wanted to deviate from the classical masters of the Renaissance. He was an outcast in his society because of his own actions, lack of modesty, and reverence for religious subjects in his own paintings. He started out a specialist in his painting of still life, especially fruits. He was orphaned at the age of 11 and apprenticed with a painter in Milan. He moved to Rome, where his work became so popular and he gained fame by using the tenebrism technique. He make use of shadow to emphasize lighter areas in his artworks. But it was so sad that throughout his journey, he was able to commit murder. He committed murder and violent assault while at the peak of success of his life in Rome. Caravaggio's reputation was clouded. During his lifetime and in the aftermath of his untimely death, by the turbulent and untimely tragic circumstances of his personal life. His career as an artist, however, was short-lived. One of his famous works is Conversion of St. Paul. The Conversion of St. Paul the Apostle, or also known as the Pauline Conversion, Damascene Conversion, or Damascus Testament, an event in the life of Paul the Apostle that led him to cease persecuting early Christians and to become a follower of Jesus. This is a painting on oil cypress wood with a dimension of 237 cm by 189 cm, or that is 93 by 74 inches, which is housed in the Civaldi collection in Rome. He also created Supper at Umanus, an entombment of Christ. Next artist of the Baroque period is Gian Lorenzo Bernini. Gian Lorenzo Bernini was born on December 7, 1598. He died on November 28, 1680. Bernini was an Italian artist and the first Baroque artist. He practiced architecture, sculpture, painting, stage design, and was also a playwright. He was also the last in the list of the dazzling universal geniuses. As a prodigy, his first artwork dates from his 8th birthday. Among his early works were the following. First, Ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Second, the goat Almatea with the infant Jupiter and Fawn. Third, Damned Soul. Fourth, Blessed Soul. And fifth was Colonnade of the Pizza of St. Peter's, Rome. Let us talk about Ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Ecstasy of Saint Teresa is one of the greatest sculptures from the era of Baroque art. This marble ensemble is located in the Cornaro Chapel of the Church of Santa Maria della Vittoria, a deliberately intense work of Christian art. It is regarded as one of the most important examples of the Counter-Reformation style of Baroque sculpture. It is designed to convey spiritual aspects of the Catholic faith. It is generally considered to be one of the sculptural masterpieces of the High Roman Baroque. It depicts Teresa of Avila. That is Ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Let's continue. The next artist is Rembrandt Hermanson van Rijn. Rembrandt was born on July 15, 1606 and died on October 4, 1669. He was a brilliant Dutch realist, a painter, and etcher. He was generally considered as one of the greatest painters and printmakers in European art. He followed no particular faith, but was interested in spiritual values and often chooses religious subjects. His concept of himself continued to deepen in grasp and subtlety, while his technique grew more daring. His well-known work was his self-portrait in old age. Rembrandt had produced over 600 paintings. Take note of that. 600 paintings, nearly 400 etchings, and 2,000 drawings. Let us take a closer look at the work of Rembrandt. Self-Portrait of Rembrandt, which was painted in 1659, when he had suffered financial failure after many years of success. His spacious house and other possessions had been auctioned the previous years to satisfy his creditors. In this late work, which you have just seen, the deep set eyes that bore into the viewer's eyes expresses the wisdom gained by Rembrandt from his life experiences. Another artist during the Baroque period is Peter Paul Rubens. Paul Peter Rubens was a Flemish Baroque painter. He was born on June 28, 1577, and died on May 30, 1640. His commissioned works were mostly religious subjects: history, paintings of magical creatures, and hunt scenes. Rubens, a Flemish artist, is one of the most celebrated and prolific artists in Europe during his lifetime, as well as the entire Baroque era. He was well known for his paintings of mythical and figurative subjects, landscapes, portraits, and Counter-Reformation altarpieces. Rubens' famous works were the following. First, we have Samson and Delilah, or they call it sometimes Samson and Delilah. Second, Landscape with a Tower. Third, Portrait of Helen Fourment, and The Three Graces. Portrait of Helen Fourment is one of Rubens' work. Helena Fourment or Helena Fourment was born on April 11, 1614, and died on July 15, 1673. Who is Helena? Helena was the second wife of Baroque painter Peter Paul Rubens. She was the subject of few portraits by Rubens, and also modeled for other religious and methodological paintings. And last, but definitely not the least artist, is Diego Velázquez. Diego Velázquez was born on June 6, 1599. He died on August 6, 1660. He worked out solutions to pictorial problems of design that transcend the style of any period. Velázquez was the case of a painter who discovered his avocation almost at the very start of his career. He was one of the finest masters of composition and one of the most important painters of the Spanish Golden Age. The passion for still life frequently emerged in Velázquez arts. Now, what are Diego's famous works? Okay, we have the following. First, Las Meninas, or the Maids of Honor. Second, The Surrender of Breda. Third, Los Barracos, or known as The Drinker. And fourth is Maria Teresa. Let's talk about the artwork of Diego, which is Las Meninas. What is this artwork all about? Las Meninas is a 1656 painting in the Museo del Prado in Madrid. Diego Velázquez, the leading artist of the Spanish Golden Age. Its complex and enigmatic composition raises questions about reality and illusion, and creates an uncertain relationship between the viewer and the figures depicted. Margaret Teresa, the eldest daughter of the new queen, appears to be the subject of Las Meninas. But in looking at the various viewpoints of the painting, it was unclear as to what the subject is all about. It may be the royal daughter or the painter himself. Originally, the painting was entitled The Family of Philip IV. Las Meninas depicts Velázquez himself working in his studio in Madrid's Royal Alcazar Palace. The setting is the Cuarto Bajo del Príncipe, the apartment once occupied by the Crown Prince Don Baltasar Carlos, who died in 1646. There you have it, my dear learners. You have come to know the famous artists and the artworks of the Baroque period. At this point, bring out your learner's activity sheet and answer it properly. I will be reading the instructions for you to follow. Here we go. Are you ready? Do you already have your learning activity sheet with you? I hope so. Very good for those who are already holding it. Now let's start. Let me read the instruction. Match the artworks with the artist's name. Choose the letter of the correct answer. On the left column are the artworks, and you will be choosing the artists of the different artworks. One, or first, is Supper at Emmaus. Second, Ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Third, Self-Portrait in Old Age. Fourth, Las Meninas. Fifth, Portrait of Helen for Me. So these are now your choices. A. Rubens. B. Diego Velázquez. C. Rembrandt. D. Gian Lorenzo Bernini. And D. Michelangelo Merisi Caravaggio. So match the artworks with the respective artist. Keep working. Keep thinking. Recall the things we have just discussed. I know you can do it. Are you done? Very good. Okay, now let's check. 1. Whose work is Supper at Emmaus? Your answer must be letter. Yes, very good. It's letter E. It was done by Caravaggio. Next, number 2, Ecstasy of Saint Teresa. That's the work of who? work of Gian Lorenzo Bernini. I hope you got it right. Third, Self-Portrait in Old Age was the work of who's that artist? Letter? Yes, exactly, letter C. That's Rembrandt's work. And number 4 is Las Meninas. Whose work is that? Who is the artist behind this artwork? Las Meninas was painted by, very good, letter B, Diego Velázquez. And the last one is Portrait of Helen Formey. Who's the artist behind this artwork? That is exactly letter A, none other than Rubens. I hope you got it right. Congratulations for those who did well. I hope you got a 5/5 score. Well, it's time to celebrate. Congratulations! So with that, I would like to say thank you for listening to me, for our discussion. Thank you for joining me within this time. For the submission of outputs, activities, assignments, wait for further announcement from your teachers on how you can send them. You may submit it personally to them through their Facebook account, Messenger, or through your Google Classroom. Keep updated in DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac for the next airing of our lesson. Keep in mind that there is no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. I hope you learned a lot today. I am Teacher Cheryl T. Ercilia, your anchor teacher for today. Until next time, bye!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast by DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ang ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan. Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac. Remotely here in Concepcion Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Nurse Russell, your nurse broadcaster for today's health segment called Health Hour. So ayan, binabati ko ho lahat ng mga nanunood, mga viewers natin dyan sa TV, and even yung mga nakasubaybay pa rin hanggang sa ngayon sa ating FB Live. And syempre pati na rin ho yung mga listeners natin over the radio. Ayan, time check lang ho tayo, no? It's already 5 p.m. So meaning to say, pahinga muna tayo dun sa mga module kasi dito ho sa Health Hour, ang pag-uusapan natin ay mga health-related topics. And to think ho, di ba, holiday bukas, we will have a long weekend. So ang gagawin lang ho natin ngayon is to sit back and relax our mind kasi ang pag-uusapan naman ho natin ay napaka-interesting and very timely na topic. Ito ho yung ating mental health. Ayan, so alam naman ho nating lahat na under pa rin tayo sa pandemic. And sinasabi nga ho na kailangan sa mga ganitong panahon, hindi lamang pinapanatiling malakas at malusog ang ating pisikal na pangangatawan. Kailangan meron din ho tayong malakas at malusog na kaisipan na tinataglay for us to be more complete and healthy individuals. And maswerte nga ho tayo ngayong hapon dahil makakasama ho natin yung focal person ng School Mental Health sa DEPED Tarlac Province. No other than yan, my sister in service, my kumare, Nurse Jewel O. Espinosa or Nurse Jo.
Hi!
Hi, good afternoon kapatid Ras at isang napakagandang hapon sa ating mga listeners and viewers dito sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. It's really very exciting to be here at nabigyan tayo ng pagkakataon to sit down and talk once again.
Oo nga sabi mo sa akin kanina ka pa excited, no?
Oo, hindi ko alam kung yung excitement na yun ay dahil kinakabahan ka or talagang gusto lang natin na ma-reach out yung ating mga listeners. Kasama dyan yung mga parents natin, even the teachers. At speaking of teachers, may I throw a very loud shout out sa isa sa ating mga minamahal na guro ng Capas National High School. Sabi niya, nanonood siya sa Channel 26, RTV Channel 26. Ma'am Maribeth Gragasin Ramos, thank you for following us, Ma'am Beth and family.
Yeah, good afternoon po, Ma'am Beth. Okay, Nurse Joe, I'm sure curious na yung mga learners, yung mga viewers natin ngayong hapon na to. So, para simulan na natin ang ating pag-uusap, bigyan mo naman kami ng introduction, kahit brief lang na introduction doon sa ating school mental health.
Siguro, might as well, kapatid, mag-history na tayo. Balikan natin ang history. Kailan na ilunsad no, ang Oplan Kalusugan sa DEPED. No, it was actually launched for the first time nung 2018, to be exact, July iyon. Okay. And during that time, meron siyang 5 tinatawag nating flagships.
Yes.
Na kung naalala mo, 5 flagships lang siya noon. Nandyan yung medical, dental and nursing services, school-based feeding program, WINS or Wash in Schools, National Drug Education Program, at yung tinatawag nating Adolescent Reproductive Health. Na nung time na yon, ako ang focal person. Pero dumating si 2019, no? Remember, nag-relaunch tayo 2019. Iyan naman po ang advent ng tinatawag na 6th flagship. So maliban pa dun sa 5 flagships, abay nadagdagan pa siya ng isa. At yan si school mental health. At ako'y sobrang natuwa, no, nung 2019 na yon kasi before pa, kung hindi na ilalaman ng ating mga listeners at viewers, mga teachers at saka learners, bago pa dumating si school mental health, nag-gather na tayo at gumagawa na tayo ng mga simple talks sa mga group of students, even sa mga group of teachers, pagka sila ho ay nagsa-study cell, no? Yung mga Slack na tinatawag, at pag sila ay nagkakaroon ng inset na seminar, yung ganon. So, nakakatuwang isipin na nabigyan ng pagkakataon ang ating ahensya na palaganapin yung awareness regarding regarding mental health.
Yes, tama, oo.
At syempre, meron tayong pinaghuhugutan kung bakit inopen ng ating agency ang school mental health as the 6th flagship. Ito pong 6th flagship na mental health, school mental health, ay naka-anchor dun sa ating tinatawag na RA 11036 or yung tinatawag na Mental Health Act of 2018. So, ang nakapaloob doon basically no ang ating education, yung pagtuturo natin sa bata, kailangan nai-integrate doon pala ang mental health. At nagiging mas malapit no sa mga communities ang mental health practices. At iyan naman ho yung ating pong ginagawa, no? Excited na excited tayo whenever we do our job pagdating sa school mental health.
Ayan, so nakita natin no, meron na pala talagang batas, Republic
Isa batas
Act,
na.
So meaning to say talagang ganyan ka-agresibo ang ating pamahalaan sa pagpapalaganap ng mental health awareness. Oo, yun. So, di ba nakita din naman natin na yung ating kagawaran, hindi lamang concern doon sa mga education ng learners, concern din siya doon sa physical and mental well-being ng mga
ng bawat isa, no? Not simply the learners alone, kasama ho ang mga guro.
Mga teachers, yan. So kaya nga nailunsad yung binabanggit mo kanina na Oplan Kalusugan sa DEPED o yung ating okay sa DEPED. Ayan, so nabanggit mo din kanina na yung school mental health siya yung 6th or latest addition na flagship ng okay sa DEPED.
Yes, milestone ito, di ba kapatid?
Yes.
Milestone ito.
So ito lang, may tanong lang ako, Nurse Joe. Ano ba yung ini-expect ng mga guro or ng mga learners natin, even yung mga parents, na mga activities, ng mga gawain doon sa school mental health pagdating na doon sa kanilang mga paaralan?
Ay, marami.
Ayan, sige.
Kung activities lang ang pag-uusapan, marami yan. No? Umpisahan natin doon sa tinatawag nating One Health Week.
Okay.
Hindi ba? Pagka One Health Week, isang buong linggo, Monday to Friday, marami tayong activities. Sama-sama yung mga flagships. Nandyan na sina school-based feeding program, nandyan sina adolescent reproductive health, and DEPED, no? Sama-sama na nag-gather yung mga bata at umiikot-ikot tayo kung natatandaan mo sa bawat school to observe the One Health Week activities. It's a week-long activity at sobrang exciting. Now, ginawang all year round ang okay sa DEPED, right? Pero kami ay nagse-celebrate. May sineselebrate kami sa school mental health. Sa hindi ho nakakaalam, no, sineselebrate po ang World Mental Health Day. Tuwing kailan? Tuwing 10th of October.
Ayan, October 10, tama.
Oo. October 10.
Tandaan niyo ho yun, mga listener, meron tayong World Mental Health Day sa October 10.
October 10. And usually, what we do, ginagawa namin siyang Mental Health Week na kung saan marami tayong mga ginagawang activities dyan. No? Kung naaalala ng mga learners natin sa Capas National High School, sa Mababa National High School, may mga poster making na ginagawa. Ayan, no? Pinapakita sa screen, no? Every 10th of October, sineselebrate natin World Mental Health Day. But, we make sure na week-long activity ito kasi ang dami nating gustong gawin at na-excite ang mga bata. What activities ang nakapaloob dito? Pwedeng nagkakaroon tayo ng symposia, series of symposia sa mga learners, no? All the way from grade 7 hanggang senior high, hanggang grade 12. And I recall, no? May isang school tayo sa Herona, no? Sa school na hawak ni Nurse Prudeline Obiena, Malayep Elementary School. When we say kasi school mental health, walang maiiwan. And we're talking about adolescents. When talking about adolescents, as early as 10 years old, pasok yan sa adolescence. And mag-stick tayo dun sa sinasabi natin na walang pinipiling edad.
Yan,
no?
so
Yung mga mental
old,
health illnesses natin such as depression and anxiety. Now, ano pa yung isa sa mga ginagawa nating activities? Nandyan yung merong mga poetry writing, tapos may mga competition ng dula-dulaan, merong maliban dun sa yung slogan making, poster making, ayan. Tapos yung mga bata, syempre, na-excite silang sumali at the same time, nagkakaroon sila ng awareness din. Namumulat ang kanilang mata. One sad truth about what is happening in the Philippines. Kasi isa pa tayo sa mga developing countries, right? Isa sa mga nakakalungkot na katotohanan ay napakarami pa rin sa ating mga Filipinos ang hindi open-minded when it comes to mental health. So what we do, no, talagang nandyan tayo, sige, pokpok for awareness. Ang nakakalungkot, for those people na hindi pa natuturuan regarding what mental health is, they would, use derogatory terms, no? Pasintabi ho, andyan yung mga the terms na, may upcoming movie, Tililing, di ba? May Tililing, siraulo, baliw, no? Sa Ilocano, muryot, bala, keng kapangpangan naman, ay, muritya, balbalya maluto, ganyan. Sa mga nakikinig po at mga tagapanood natin, mga ka-aral, no, hindi po natin ginagamit dapat ang mga derogatory na words na ito. May mga talagang pong mga terms na ginagamit natin when we would want to talk about mental health. So, yun yung mga activities na ginagawa natin. So, hand in hand, no, nag-work kami, si Nurse Jewel, ang mga nurses natin, we work hand in hand with our school heads, with our health leaders, our guidance counselors, our advisors. So, walang naiiwan talaga. Actually, kung iisipin mo, buong school pala ang involved, no? At may isa pa tayong sineselebrate. Maliban sa World Mental Health Day na sineselebrate every 10th of October, may 10th din na isa.
Yes. Ano naman yun?
Balik tayo ng isang buwan. Kung October siya, bumalik ka ng September 10.
Okay, so September 10.
Ano meron sa September 10? Maliban sa piyesta ni San Nicolas. Yan yung usual na sinasal. Ayan, nakikita po sa ating screen ngayon.
Ayan, tingnan nyo ho sa screen.
World Suicide Prevention Day ho, ang ikasampu ng Setyembre, no? And what we do pagka ganito pumapatak ang ikasampu ng September, hinihikayat namin lahat ng nasa school, the learners, the teachers, at even the parents,
Yes.
the guardians, at lahat ng stakeholders na mag-light up ng candle for those who we have lost due to suicide.
Okay.
At mag-alay ng 2 minutong moment of silence para
okay.
ipanalangin ng mga kaluluwang ito. Yung mga nawalang mga kakilala natin at kaibigan natin. Andyan kasi, pag sinabi kasing mga symposia, di ba? Yung mga health talks, ang topic natin usually alam mo to yung tara, usap tayo, yun yung mga catchy na title ng mga, di ba, pagka nagpupunta tayo per school, no?
Tama.
Let's sit down and talk. Kahit sa mga guro, when we do our GAD, no? Yung mga webinars nowadays, seminars pa nung araw, nung face-to-face. Ang basic na reason, most important reason kung bakit natin ginagawa itong mga talks na ito, no, ay empowerment.
Okay.
Empowerment kasi if you notice as public health nurses, kung maituturing, we focus more on health promotion and disease prevention.
Tama.
So dito pa lang sa level natin, dapat na-empower na sila. Dapat na-inform na sila, no, na meron pala such thing, no, there's this such thing pala na mental health, and there's this such thing na depression and anxiety pala. So I would want to talk about those topics, at natutuwa sila. Alam mo yung mga bata ngayon, alam mo yan, brother, kasi mga woke na sila
naman.
Tewari, yung mga bagets natin, fully aware na sila. At nakakatuwang isipin that they would want to dig into their mental health, their feelings and emotions. Ayan. So, kung makikita, if a flash mamaya yung mga symposia, no, kapag nagpupunta tayo, or nakita na siguro kanina pag nagpupunta tayo per school, at nakakatuwang isipin kasi naikot natin yung mga biggest schools dito sa buong probinsya natin. So imagine kung gaano kalaking population na yung mga nabigyan natin ng information, learners and even teachers, no? Nandyan na si Capas National High School, no? My very own, si Tarlac National High School, si Benigno S. Aquino National High School. Ayan ako. I think that's from that's at Tarlac National High School. Nito lang March of 2020. Early March of 2020, kung naalala mo, bago tayo na put under ECQ. At least nabigyan ako ng chance na magkita-kita kami ng mga learners ng Tarlac National High School, no, headed by Madam Peng.
So yung mga participants mo dyan, mga anong grade level usually mga lahat sila siguro, no?
Lahat, pinalabas ni Sir Eman. Si Sir Eman Ferrer, ang guidance counselor dyan. Very, very active. No? We work hand in hand with our guidance counselor. So, pinalabas niya grade 7 hanggang grade 12.
Nice.
Napuno yung kanilang covered court. At medyo hindi nagkasya. But then, they managed to sit sa semento kasi gusto talaga nilang makinig.
Yan.
So, ayan, yung mga activities natin. Ito, sa Mabilog yan. Sa Mabilog Elementary School. Somewhere in Concepcion. Elementary.
So, as early as elementary, no, talagang kailangan na rin, sinasali na sila, ni-inform na sila.
This school, no, ang nurse dyan si Nurse Kitchi, Nurse Lorelai Gutierrez, ang pinalabas nilang mga learners dito, kung nakita mo ang cute-cute nila, grades 5 and 6. Kasi nandun pumapalo yung mga 10.
Yung age bracket ng 10 and above.
At nag-enjoy ako doon.
Yan. So nakita natin na napakadami pala talaga ng mga activities pagdating doon sa school mental health. Ayan nga, inisa-isa na nga ni Nurse Joe. So siguro ang pinaka-importante lang kaya ginagawa natin yung mga activities talaga na yun is to promote awareness pa din. Lalo na doon sa mga youth natin, sa kabataan. Kaya natin siya ginagawa.
Awareness, very important. Yan. Kasi before we even get there, doon sa mismong mental health problem na, no, we teach them dapat on how to learn how to talk about their feelings and emotions. Gaano dapat ang mga ano dapat ang mga gagawin nila just to mailabas itong bottled up feelings na ito. One thing that you have to know, those people na nagsasuffer from depression, anxiety and other mental health problems, you know what? The sad thing is they manage to suffer quietly.
Okay.
They suffer quietly. They do not ever talk about their feelings. One reason is why, Kamo?
Bakit? Sige.
Kasi there's still this what we call stigma.
Stigma.
On mental health. Sila yung natatakot matawagan na sira ulo may tililing. Di ba? At ma-judge ng tao.
Yan ang problema kasi sa atin.
Mahihinang klase ng tao. Ganon. What else? May mga nai-interview tayo, may mga natatanong tayo ng mga learners na, bakit ngayon ka lang nagsabi? No? Bakit ngayon ka lang nag-open? Madam, kasi Madam Nurse kasi ho, ako po'y nahihiya sa aking pamilya. Ako po'y nahihiya sa aking mga kaibigan kasi alam ko po na meron na po silang kanya-kanyang problem, lalo na po yung nanay ko, tatay ko. Ayoko na pong dumagdag.
Okay.
What we tell them naman na, you know, these people, your family and your close friends, those people that you can trust, they're always around. At saka nandito naman ako. We always make ourselves available pagka ganyan.
Yan, tama.
So, yun.
So, ang kailangan nila is kausap talaga.
Yes, kaya nga lagi, di ba, very catchy. Tara, usap tayo.
Oh, nice.
Kasi when you know that there is one person, even a single person who is ready, willing, and able to sit down and listen to you in a very non-judgmental manner, mag-open up yan. Makakapag-create kayo ng rapport. Makakapag-entrust siya ng kanyang feelings sa'yo.
Tama.
So, ayun, balik tayo dun sa they manage, they choose to suffer in silence. The most dreadful na pwedeng mangyari na pinakaayaw natin is na uuwi sa tinatawag na suicide.
Suicide, yeah.
Again, September 10, World Suicide Prevention Day.
Yes.
Okay, ayaw nating mangyari yun. So as much as possible, ini-empower natin lahat ng guro to be specific, yung mga guidance counselors natin, yung mga tumatayo bilang guidance sa school, ini-inform natin yan on how to practice psychological first aid.
Yes.
I guess it was, kung naalala mo, halos naikot natin ng buong Tarlac province nung around between April, May, June,
Yes,
July,
yes,
August. Kasi dun, with the support of our medical officer, Dr. Bonnie Manalo, and of
yes.
course our hepe ng SGOD.
Ayan.
Shout out kay
Yes,
Boss,
Sir Noel Linsao. Yan.
Oh, with their support, no, because I opened up the topic na it's pandemic nowadays, and you know, the numbers of those people who are suffering already from depression and anxiety, ay, habang tumataas yung numbers of those people who are being tested positive with the virus, halos magkakasabay na tumataas, no? Nag-escalate. And isn't that something to be worried about?
Yeah.
Worried about, yan. So, sabi ni boss, sige, mag-conduct tayo ng mga webinars para ma-equip, ma-empower yung mga guidance counselors natin. At dyan nag-umpisa. Dyan nag-umpisa na every district nagre-request na, ma'am, pwede tayong mag-usap about this.
Yes,
Ganun.
yan,
At ako'y natutuwa. Hindi yung tatamarin ka hindi yung, ay, trabaho na naman, ay, mas gusto natin yun.
Ayan, yan may question ako dyan Kasi alam naman natin lahat dito sa DEPED Tarlac Province na talagang yan mga kinakandak mo, mga mental health symposium, and may mga talks ka talaga.
Oo.
So, ang question ko lang, kapag ba ikaw nagtutok, ano ba yung pinaka nilalaman o yung gist na gusto mo talagang iparating sa yung mga listeners? Especially, siyempre, sa mga teacher, learners, and even na din sa mga parents nila.
Very short. Very short ang sagot ko dyan.
Sige,
Basic. You are not alone.
You are not alone.
May karamay ka. Yun. And pagka tayo ay nagbibigay ng information sa kanila, we make sure that we lay down our cards. Okay. Binibigyan natin sila ng kung ano talagang nangyayari. We give them the numbers, the figures, statistics, kung ano na ba, ilang na ba ang bilang ng mga tao na nadadiagnose with depression and anxiety and any other mental health problems, ano pa. Meron akong segment na magaganap sa April, abangan nila yon, kapatid.
Ano yan? Sige.
Meron tayong i-guess na isa sa mga very sought after na psychiatrist sa Manila, sa mga premier hospitals. At kailangan, mga ka-aral, no, abangan nyo yan sa April na yan. And
April this year, no?
This year,
okay,
oo. Ako na-excite nga dyan Okay. So, ano pa yung pinapakita natin sa kanila? Yung mga, alam nyo ba? Ganyan. So, a very good example is, alam nyo ho ba na noong even pa dumating ang pandemya, no? 3.3 million Filipinos na pala ang merong depression, ang nagsasuffer from
naman
depression.
pala, no?
Yes, that's about 3.3% of the total population.
Hindi alam kasi yan ng mga, at least ngayon, alam nyo na ho, no?
Oo, naliliwanagan sila. At talking about anxiety, 3.1 million Filipinos ang meron na palang anxiety. That's about 3.1% naman. Wala pang pandemya nun.
Baka may anxiety na din pala ako, hindi ko pa alam, no?
Yun. Diba? Maganda kasi alam mo yung mga pwedeng mangyari. Pero, I always remind our learners na, since nabigyan kayo ng information, no? Do not, please, do not, even sa teachers, do not self-diagnose. Kasi iisipin nila, ay, saguli, parang may ganyan na ako Uy, meron akong sakit na ganito kaagad. We always recommend na the best thing is to to have yourself checked by a professional.
Tama nga yung sinabi mo. Ako na nga lang, nasabi ko ngayon, parang may anxiety ako. Hindi kasi tayo talaga inclined pagdating sa pagpapacheck up, pagpapatingin. Pag ang concern natin is yung ating mental health, di ba?
Meron nga isang very good na psychiatrist, no, dito sa Central Luzon, ang nagsabi, no, alam nyo, kasi tinanong siya, kasi marami po tayo na hindi masyado binibigyan ng pansin ang mental health. Hindi ba? So parang ano lang yan yung gagastusin mo para magpaganda ka, why not? Gastusin mo siya para magpa-check up ka because, you cannot simply function physically alone. No, there's the top of your head, nandyan ang brain. So alagaan natin ang pag-iisip. Talking about psychiatrists, ito yung isa sa mga binibigay natin ng mga datos, no? Sadly, in a population of 250,000,
yes,
isa lang ang psychiatrist na available.
So ganun ang ratio talaga.
Ka-dreadful. We have this scarcity. Oo. So, iyan ang mga nilalatag natin sa kanila at sila'y natutuwa pagka nalalaman nila ito.
So, kaya malaki talagang tulong na i-impart mo. Ikaw na lang, malaking tulong na binabahagi mo yung kaalaman mo sa mental health.
And, at ito pa, kapatid, gusto kong i-share na, di ba sabi natin kanina, you are not alone, may karamay ka. Meron tayong mga numbers dito na pwedeng tawagan, no?
Sige,
yung National Center for Mental Health, ayan, or what we call crisis hotline. May hashtag dyan no? Talk to someone. It's free. Ayan ho, naka-flash po sa screen natin yung mga numbers na pwede nyong tawagan. Ito isa sa mga paborito ko, yung susunod. Yes, I personally asked the Natasha Goldborn Foundation kung pwede na makahingi ng hopeline numbers nila. At pumayag sila. Kung mapapansin mo, di ba may mga nakapaskil sa schools ng Hopeline. Ayan, congratulations dun sa mga schools na nag-post ng Hopeline sa inyo. Ayan.
Nasa screen ho natin yan, naka-flash, tingnan ho natin yung mga numbers na pwede nating tawagan. At
naku brother, mukhang nauubusan na tayo ng oras. Pero abangan nyo na lang po pagka tayo ay bumalik. Sa ating pag-uusap, per school yan.
Actually, ang dami ko pa talagang gustong itanong sa'yo, pero dahil kulang na nga tayo sa oras, pero ganun pa man, siguro hingi na lang ako sa'yo any last words, final words para sa ating mga viewers and saka listeners this afternoon.
So ayan, nabanggit na natin kanina, no? Nabanggit na natin na hindi ka nag-iisa. You are not alone. May karamay ka. And remember, your feelings and emotions are always valid. So go ahead, talk to some person who you trust.
Okay.
And if you feel like giving up and you feel like, there are these what we call demons telling you na, oy, sige, magpakamatay ka. It's a red flag. It's an emergency situation. Talk to me, talk to your nurse, talk to your nurses, no? Kung wala na kayo sa tingin yung ibang pwedeng kausapin, andito ang guidance counselors natin, guidance designates, yung favorite advisor mo nandyan. And yun, hindi walang dapat maiwan sa atin pong pinaglalaban sa school mental health. Thank you so much for having me today, kapatid.
Yan. Thank you very much, no, Nurse Jo. Alam ko, yung mga viewers natin and listeners, na-inform sila ng husto pagdating sa ating school mental health. And I really hope na you learned a lot po today, ngayong hapon na to. Again, this has been Nurse Russell, your nurse po dito sa ating Health Hour. With me, our guest, Nurse Jewel O. Espinosa. And always remember, okay sa DEPED.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5. Ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas.
And I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.